strikes upon the hour and the sun begins to fade. Still enough time to figure out how to chase my blues away. Done alright up till now. It's the light of day that shows me how. And when the night falls, my loneliness gone. Oh, dance with somebody.
This domain
I wanna feel the heat with somebody.
Is now
I wanna dance with somebody.
online.
With somebody who loves me. Oh, dance with
What's up,
somebody.
everybody? How are we doing tonight? I hope everybody's having the best of days. My name's Domain, and this domain is now online. Welcome to Benelux Ascend Series in the Open Qualifiers 2026. Tonight and the next 5 hours is what everybody has been waiting for. I can't wait to get right into this, to see the plays on the Summoner's Rift, to see whether we're going to be getting ourselves those champions sent into the death sentenced box, or perhaps we will be unleashing our power with these ultimates all day long. Let's get into the first initial stage, and let me introduce to everybody none other but Bandit that is joining me today on the color casting. How are we doing, brother?
We are doing absolutely wonderful. This truly feels like getting a head start on the competitive season. It's the first step on the ladder of entering not only the Benelux Ascent Series, but the Road of Legends at very self as well. I mean, only last split we saw Bandits secure themselves a spot. And that is what the scene is all about. Making sure, proving to everyone around you that you can do it, you can get yourself into Div 1, you can fight yourself to the top, and who knows, maybe by spring or winter we will see a team that was Div 2 not a year ago compete on EMEA Masters.
It's one way to really get ourselves right back into it. At the start of the year, we're so fresh. Christmas was just around the corner, and we are now looking at a brand new opening to what could be an amazing year for a few of these teams. There's 15 of them, and there's 5 rounds today. There will be 8 games happening every hour for the next 5 hours, and therefore we won't be able to see all of them at once, of course, unless there's a few clones being cooked up for me and Bandit. Maybe there's another stream somewhere on the multiverse. But in this stream, it's all about getting ourselves right into and personally close with 2 teams at a time. The first one we will be watching is Fuse, which, if I may say, is, of course, my boys. It's my organization that I have opened up about 2 months ago, and we are very excited. I'm very excited to see our first ever official tournament happening right now on the Benelux Ascend Series Division 2, which feeds into directly Division 1 Road of Legends, officially recognized by Riot Games. And that is exciting. I can't be even more. As you can tell, we do have MGI on the other side. MGI will be playing as well. What a day. And I think, Bandit, we got ourselves quite the series ahead of us.
Yeah, I think we're in for a treat. I think it's going to be snappy today. It's going to be a lot on the line. We're just fighting for day 2 entry currently, right? Swiss stage style type of tournament. So winners will be fighting winners, losers will be fighting losers. If you have a winning score at the end of the day, you will be moving on to day 2. Top 8 advances, so half the field we will be losing today. And I mean, that is when it starts to get even more real, right? It's only up and up and up the further we get into the day.
It does, exactly. And this is going to be happening up all the way up until March, when the key stage moment of the finals, semi-finals, all of that is what we're leading up to. This is day 1. So we're already discussing the finals. That's how much there is at stake. That's how much it really means for 15 teams, originally 16, and now 15. They will be battling it out in this weekend. And then the closed qualifiers will be happening every Wednesday and every Friday. And on this domain, we will be live. I will be covering all of those as your play-by-play caster, joined by whichever color caster will be there on the day to grace us with their presence. I can't
Whoever
say...
he can pick up from the street, honestly. He has a sign outside with free candy or free Bitcoin, and whichever chump walks in, that is the guest data. Well, there'll be a wide variety of
certainly
people coming
will be
and going.
So we're in now. Let's get ourselves into the draft, as that is, as we speak, commencing. Let's get this first game underway.
Man, and I think it's anyone's game at this point, right? Just to address the elephant in the room. I think it's really, really early on in the season to be looking at any grand strategies. Furthermore, to be on top of that, you are looking at teams that are nigh impossible to scout or to prepare against. You know, there's not Leaguepedia pages floating around whoever you're playing. So I think today and tomorrow and the entire open qualifier will be about setting yourself up for success. So we will be seeing, I am expecting major comfort picks, and I am expecting compositions that are tenacious and can always find a way back into the game. Because these games are, you know, it doesn't matter how big the lead is. All you need is that little opening to take advantage of, take the whole arm, and pull it all back into your favor.
100%. And we're here. Let's see, how are these guys doing as we speak? I do apologize for some technical difficulties. I'll make sure to get this right. But it's important that we see exactly what's happening in front of us on the screen as the draft is now commencing. And it's important to note that this is a best of one. Best of one series are the ones that will be always crucial to get everything right from the get-go, especially from this draft. Fuse Esports on the blue side and MGI on the red side here.
Yeah, and I think we're just gonna kind of brush through the picture here. And I think when you're looking at bans, yeah, partially what I've been hearing in scrims in Div 1 and in the Prime League 2 is that quick junglers are incredibly strong, right? They nerf jungle speed clears across the board. However, there are still just a few junglers that will be able to do a full clear before the scuttle spawns. We're looking at Karthus, Diana as well, right? A lot of AP jungle options. However, these teams are setting themselves up for major AD carry picks.
Yes.
And I think that makes proper sense, right? Because when you're looking at how the role for AD carry is changing in the new season, with the mission quest, the role mission, however you want to call it, coming through, allowing you to get the extra item to be even more of a carry, I think it makes perfect sense to secure yourself the most optimal picks.
It definitely does. It 100% does. There's so many changes. There's so many things that we need to keep our eyes on. And I was keeping eyes on everything until like 1 a.m. today, really, last night. Just making sure every detail is up here because the season has just started. And yes, we did have the up and bringing it up through the PvE and etc. Now that it's live on the servers, this is what we're watching. What a way to get ourselves into this, and it's very exciting. Fuse Esports on the blue side here, picking the Misfortune, and yet to really tell us where this Nico was going to go, as it is certainly the flex pick with the Jarvan locked in for the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, you are you are the one who can tell us way more about this Fuse lineup. Who is the secret ingredient? Who has to be set up for success? And if they are ahead at, let's say, 14 minutes, it's GG, it's over. There's no throwing anymore.
Wow. Let me just answer it as politically as I can. not to give away too many secrets, right? Just in case, because we got teams watching, and we are right now thinking that it's definitely the 3 members that started off this entire roster. This roster on the blue side has begun in the top lane and the bot lane, the support AD carry. And that was 2 months ago now, and we of course had ourselves some teams joining, some members joining for the mid lane and for the jungle until we found the eventual locked-in roster that we do have for ourselves. Secret ingredient, I will definitely say lies within the bot lane. I won't say who, just to keep it nice and safe close to my chest, as we are now on the 2nd ban stage of today in this first game. Once again, I do apologize for what you're seeing on the screen. We do have some technical difficulties. I'll make sure to get that ironed out the next time we're in the draft. As we speak, this is Fuse Esports versus MGI. And MGI is batting away the Galio as the last pick and the Gnar as they have just now finalized their ban stage. And Fuse is looking at the Olaf as well as yet to find out.
Yeah, and I think it kind of makes sense. And I do like the priority on early game junglers, especially a Jarvan, right? Who can impact these lanes quite quickly, who can move around the map, especially in the mid game. I would say deceivingly swiftly. Because from what I can tell, and it's very early on in the season, but it feels like with so much to fight for on the map feels a lot busier. There's very little downtime. So if you are not getting an objective, or trading an objective, or setting up the next objective, it feels like you are already behind. So you have 2 options in that case. You can either contest it, or you can trade it across the map.
Yes.
And because you are always having to move, you are always looking at, all right, what is the next thing I can do? It feels like if you do fall behind, it can start snowballing so much quicker because your opponents can take away so much more from you. There's so much more on the map to take away from you. And that means the snowballs grows quicker. That means you have less resources to contest with, which means you have to look for a trade upon the map, but they can contest you on that. So it is really important to not fall behind early. And it's going to be a little trickier when Jarvan is in there from level 2, level 3, making life difficult for you, especially when you're in a bot lane that has 0 to no escapes.
Yes. Jarvan is known for none other but just being a menace and wasting everybody's flash. That goes on a 5-minute cooldown with just a single 1.5, 2-minute ability cooldown, right? So that is the best trick up their sleeve, as I'm looking at here. And it's very important that with the Jarvan comes follow-up, that there is enough pressure. And what I'm looking at, you don't only have somebody that if they're boxed into that Cataclysm, they can be bullet timed down into Sliverines, as this MF with the Nico will be doing so much pressure. And I didn't even mention the Syndra and the K-Sante yet. So the answer to that, the B5, the R5, sorry, is going to be potentially the Ornn. Somebody that does have a way to maybe interrupt those initial engages, getting rid of some terrain, such as the Cataclysm from the Jarvan is a decent idea with the Soaring Charge, for instance. Quite safe with the Xin or Crescent Guard. Ashe needs to be backed up in these team fights. The most immobile champion by far in this entire game on MGI. But with this roster and how they've drafted their game, I'm sure she will have just enough backup to take her into a decent game.
I feel like the draft is quite indicative of the player sides as well, right? I feel like on MGI's side, they have drafted a lot of answers into the threats that Fuse are presenting to themselves, right? You have the MF Nico and you answer it with a Brawl. That already can throw some dirt into the engine, so to speak.
Yes.
But the threats keep mounting from Fuse Esports, and I am just not sure if a reactive style is going to be the way to approach such a situation, because when you look at the lineup, I think the only thing I would be maybe a bit critical of is the Syndra pick into the Xin Zhao. I think who are you really going to blow up on this composition, because it's not going to be Brawl, it's not going to be Xin Zhao, it's not going to be Ornn. Ashe is going to be in the back line. The access to that is it's going to be a little tricky unless Jarvan can get a proper flank of, or Nico can get a great Pop Blossom in.
Yes.
So Aurora is quite slippery. So if they do manage to catch someone, they're dead, right? There can't be any doubt about it. They are going
very
to
dead.
early grave.
It's
However,
a certain death.
It's a tricky composition. If MGI can keep their ducks in a row, keep their head in the game, and be aware of these flanking threats that can ruin their entire game, I think MGI might be set up to just wait out the storm, wait till they're all scaled up, and MF might be having trouble with a composition of Ornn Braum. You feel me?
Yes, I absolutely do. Nice little synergy with the Ashe, the Braum. I guess you do have quite a oppressive bot lane and so much follow-up. That's what this is about. It's about sending that enchanted crystal arrow on the red side, MGI, to followed up by the Glacial Fissure from Braum, the Coal of the Forge God. There is a lot of synergy there that you can deny those engages, and that's what we will be looking at, because Fuse is all about getting in there and getting those kills every single time. K'Sante is going to be very good to take anybody that might be a little bit annoying for Fuse to deal with and just take them out of the equation, right? That's what this will be about. In terms of late game, we are most likely swinging in the favor of MGI here for the most part, due to, of course, the ornaments and the ability just to get everybody in check. This game is now commencing, and therefore we will be starting in about a moment or two as the spectator delay is now counting down. What do we think in general? Where does the early game go in, for instance, the jungle here, Bandit?
Well, I mean, you're looking. As far as I can tell, I'm not expecting any major surprises here, unless Jarvan's got a level 2 gank cooking up in the side, but that comes at quite a steep cost, I would say personally. I think the biggest takeaway from the seasonal changes for jungle is that even though you are clearing slower, you are leaving the jungle healthier. So ganking after your level 3 or after your level 2 is definitely an option. That doesn't necessarily always mean you're entering a lane at 80, 70, 60, sometimes even 50% health, right? That is a thing of the past. So the door is open, but it really depends on how you can get information towards your team. And the window for getting those deep wards in has shrunk a lot. You have to be out on the Rift really quickly. It feels sometimes a bit more of a gamble, where you kind of have to guess where the enemy is going to be. Or you're going to have to commit to a deep vision quest of yourself, just to make sure you have that early pathing at your disposal, so you can make sure which lane has to play a little safer and which lane can try and abuse the fact that they will be playing on a weaker side of the map.
That's very well put. And with that in mind, I just want to mention Victor is the last ban on the side of Fuse as well. Again, do apologize for the graphics as of right now. And this is our first game, and it's so important because I did mention it's only a best of 1. So it's so important. You don't think in a fearless draft format that you're going to be taking out your best cards at the very end of the series. It's all about this Swiss stage, and the winners get to play the winners and the losers get to play the losers, etc. This right now is the next glorious moment for both of these teams. We're gonna get ourselves into the first game of Benelux Ascent series right now. So stay tuned as we are jumping right in. Let's get it, Bandit.
Man, it is... I can't wait. I cannot wait. Are we on the Rift yet? I need champions on my screen, and I need them right now.
Oh, they're coming. And with everything that we've discussed, it's so very important that we get to see exactly who's going where and how this initial game will play out. It's so important. I'm sure the players are buzzing right now. We need to see, as far as how much they will be taking over this entire game.
Yeah, no, it is. I think the early game has gotten more and more important. Oh, and we are already underway, as MGI is not giving them any rest whatsoever. Mikado might be in trouble here.
They are. They're taking over the rift. This is now belonging to them. They're already taken over the entire red side jungle. They forced a flash out of the misfortune, and now they have to pay the price for it in the meantime.
Yeah, and that is such a big win, right? Because that bottom lane, especially with the MF, who has a very strong early game, can be, when you are more vulnerable and left without a flash, that might cost you big. On top of that, they are cutting off Bloopy entirely from the bottom side of the map. Xinsao invaded, took away the red, forcing Jarvan to stay in top side, where he can only really gank the Cassante and Ornn, which is not the most exciting of lanes. And, the Ornn is quite well equipped to get away from these ganks. But most importantly, MF without flash under tower, they're already losing priority. And this Xinsao is looking to set up an early dive if we have the time to see what's going on. Nico trying to push them away, secure themselves at least that first wave under tower. Missing early waves or being shoved and pushed away from your tower is even more deadly than it's ever been. You're not only missing out on the experience and the gold, but also on the experience for your mission quests. If you are not past your tower, you are getting significantly reduced experience, which means you will be missing out on a power spike even more. But the poke is landing.
High priorities, and it's all here as we are seeing quite an aggressive bot lane as we speak, and they have to be at the end of the day. And they are getting a very good route onto the Ashe. She does not have the barrier. She doesn't even have to deal with a flash from Mikano's misfortune. Why? Because he's already used it, so that's going to save her for the time being. But now Braum is getting very low, and there is the first blood coming out, the 400 gold, but it's going to be matched by none other but a flash coming out from the Xin Zhao, looking for a kill under the tower, but that's a lot of damage coming through for the time being. The Make It Rain is going to slow him down. Doesn't look like there's enough damage, but the auto attack comes through and finds the target. That's a kill each on the AD carries.
Yeah, and wow, you can really tell that Fuse are getting away with absolute crime right now, as Ayama's being put under pressure as well. Keep in mind, red buff, blue buff, and barrier still available to Mikano. But the fact that you are playing weak side bottom and you get away with a 2-for-1 is absolutely criminal. Also, you all did that without flash. It is criminal what they are getting away with. And I think you were right on the money saying that the X factor of Fuse might be laying in this bottom lane. At least for the very first few minutes, that is what they've been telling us clearly.
Clearly, yep. I might have given it away, but I'm glad I did. At the end of the day, this is what we have in front of us happening as we speak. So proud so far, but I can't stay too biased for too long. It's very early into this game, and we're yet to see exactly where this will be taking us as we speak.
Well, Dom, I mean, biases are nice and all, but when they are putting this up, it's no longer bias. They're just facts. No matter how you twist or turn it, this bottom lane is stomping right now. And ooh, this is an interesting development. The Xinsao is coming back for the second player and is going for a gank in the middle lane. Syndra does have flash. Will she invest it, or will she just take?
She's going right in, and
there's a lot.
She goes away. She takes that entire pressure from both of these, and she stays alive. She will now be punished a little bit because this is I was looking for a gank over the mid, but he doesn't quite find it with the minimap not showing up exactly. But in the end, she now needs to walk all the way back on this mid lane. Thias, they've not been able to shove in that wave in the end.
Oh, it was a little. I do actually think it's pushing away from Syndra currently, so she will be losing out on a lot of minions regardless. However, with Xinsao away from the bottom side, I feel the pressure is really starting to mount for MGI's bottom lane. I feel like the longer it's going on without Xin helping out, the worse it gets as we're going all out in the top lane.
We are indeed. All Out is now obviously casted. He's just going to use that extra bit of AD and cooldowns to push out this wave into the Ornn. Now, of course, with the tower plates, there's a little bit of a easier time getting that first tower plate initially, and then it slows down. However, of course, with all of that gold being distributed across all 3 lanes, it's not the end of the world if you do get the enemy top lane at a few more plays than yourself.
Yeah, it is what is currently happening right now. And if we could get the mini-map back, because I think there is a lot of movement happening right now, especially with Dragon up and Herald, or the Grub spawning just shortly. Well, it's no longer Grub, it's just Herald now, right?
It
Are we
is.
still doing Grubs?
We are waiting for none other but the Herald, but hold on a minute. We do have an engage on Bloopy in between worlds. It's going to slow him down just a little bit. It doesn't look like Ayana was able to get to the other side of that ultimate. But now, Fuse is entering from their own side of the jungle. They're looking for an engage. They're going to flash and force one out of MGI. They are now taking over this river ever so slightly, but remember, Bloopy is very low. Now he's getting poked down even more by the dragon itself. He's going to have to just dragon flag into safety and most likely give up that first dragon.
Yeah, give up the first dragon, and look what he can get on the map in return. Not a whole lot. He's already he's only a little bit behind, almost at level 5. But there's just not a whole lot that he can take away from Peichan, who is robbing Bloopy blind. And this early game Jarvan, I think the impact so far has been quite minimal as Justice gets knocked back again and again.
He's looking for a very extensive fight. He does flash right in with the Nituru strikes, and he hits one after another until the Ornn is just binding as much time as he wants. Hold on a minute, he nearly had the ability to take him out. Not before K-Sante does the exact same to the Ornn.
Yeah, coming down to the wire there, but the advantages are truly mounting. Now, careful, because Mikano is level 6 before anyone else in the bottom lane. Can they force the issue? But they're going to have to be careful, because I don't think they really know where Xin Zhao is hanging out right now. They might be convinced he is on a reset after the dragon. So it's going to be very, very important that they're not overextending. Just pushing this out safely and making their way home. That is exactly what they're going for. Not getting too cocky too early.
That's exactly it. Now, we do have the Void Grubs up, and therefore a next potential fight might be brewing up in the top side of this map, especially now that the Jarvan is just finishing up his blue buff and already pinging it down. We do have priority, which is very important from the Syndra, just taking out those minions, making sure the Aurora is going to be busy for at least 10 seconds or so. But Xin Zhao is the focus, and he's nowhere near. And with so many people already in that area, we got ourselves all of the Void Grubs, most likely being secured and traded, compared to the Dragon that had to be given away previously to MGI.
Yeah, and the price they are paying it's quite minimal. Let's just have a little check-in with the economy of these lanes, right? Because we are looking at close to a 3,000 gold lead for Fuse, but where is that really coming from? Because when you're looking at these lanes, it's not just the kills, right? We have these advantages mounting. 25 CS up in mid alone is quite disastrous. Just in CS alone, almost 1,000 gold over her lane opponent. And meanwhile, in bot, going the same way, aided by
there's that trap. The bullet time, but it's going to be unbreakable, shielded away. Nice flash, but it's not going to connect with the Pop Blossom onto the Ashe as she flashes by herself. But the kill, nonetheless, does go through onto the Braum. That's one secured. As up in the top side, we got a bit of a brawl.
Yeah, and you got to be careful here. All Out is available. And when you're so close to that wall, you can be dragged all the way back in between those towers. And that is when the real trouble starts. Now, what we are witnessing currently is these crystallized towers mounting up over time, giving them a little just extra demolish procs. And here we see the All Out probably happening now.
Luke is very aggressive, and he wants to just show up, right? If he doesn't get the kill, maybe the Jarvan Bloopy down in the bot lane. We know that the Ashe doesn't have, but the entire team is just around the corner. Does he have enough damage? There's another Dragon Flag. Now with the shield, blocking some auto attacks, not before the rest do arrive. That's a 1-for-1 jungler for an ADC trade. And yes, it does actually take out the Ashe from now collecting this wave, and therefore could be a slight advantage, at least in the bot lane.
Oh, slight advantage. That is definitely expanding into a slightly problematic one. Over 1,000 gold behind right now. And a level on top of that. Almost a full one. Ashe halfway to level 8. MF getting halfway to level 9 already. Now, I think it's really important, with just a minute to spare, that Few are getting these resets in just the way they are doing right now, and making sure they are well equipped to fight for this dragon. You really want to be stacking them early on into the match, especially with a composition like Fuse's. They are very happy with the grubs, I am sure, but you can't be giving away too many dragons. It gives too much time to MGI to scale without having to be forced to contest the soul points.
Yes, no, absolutely. And it's only 33 seconds away now, really, from exactly that. We already have a TP coming out from the Syndra as we speak, and maybe perhaps an untimely back from the bot lane for MGI, as the vision is now going to be taken over. As long as they can't be matched on the other side, the entire
Honestly,
river...
they're in full retreat.
Yep, it's lighting up blue.
Xin Zhao has nowhere to go. There is not a single camp spawning there, and he is making his way to the jungle right now.
Yes.
But it's gonna cost him dearly. Look at the top laners. Cassante has teleport. Ornn, meanwhile, does not. So I feel like you can't even step up to this dragon.
They can't contest
and
this.
on the other side of the map, there is nothing to take away, so you're just purely bleeding and
They're looking for a nice pop blossom onto the Xin Zhao, who's caught off guard. I mean, at this point, you're of course going to be walking into at least a 1 or 2 members. You know fully well that they are taking the dragon. That's no place to be in at such a crucial time. They find another pick.
On the double up, finding its target. Man, that Xin Zhao just burst, didn't he? He was blown up, and he looked like he just bursted into multiple orbs of Syndra with the way this Scatter the Weak was coming through. Now, pressure mounting in the bottom lane. Still no flash available. So on the tower, they might be quite vulnerable. And look at Jarvan.
There's a TP coming out. Hold on a minute. We got Aurora just going into the river. Nice Glacial Fissure onto Mikano, slowing him down, but not before they actually return some damage. Jarvan, Bloopy is around the corner. Mikano may go down. Not before the Cataclysm has to force a flash from Aeon. And they do secure a kill onto the Nico in the end. That's a 1 for nothing on the side of MGI from slightly behind. I will say that's a very decent play for them, as up in the top side this time round, they're all out. Does connect on a soaring charge on. He's just caught him out. Flash prediction. Another Katofu strike just to finish it off.
And Tofu's cutting his life
they're
short.
going right in. The audacious charge has to be flashed away from Bloopy. He now has to give up some of his own jungle, but so much happened in those 2 side lanes that this is now just the cautionary measures that they need to take.
Yeah, and even though it is a lovely sight for MGI.
Flash, Scatter of the Weak, misses on the root. It doesn't matter. They get the kill onto none other but Iona on this Aurora.
And look what this is mounting to. We're looking at a 5k gold deficit currently. We are fighting really hard for vision for a Drake that is not spawning for another 3 minutes. Meanwhile, we're bleeding plates, we're losing waves. It is looking pretty dire when you are MGI, and if they are not finding a way back into this range,
that's a lot of damage.
Quickly, that might just be all she wrote, because like we said, the snowballing in this new season is absolutely disastrous.
It is. The games go so fast, and if you don't get your champion quest fast enough, then you are marginally behind every step of the way, and it's so important that these laners at the Enchanted Crystal Arrow flashed in by the Ashe. He takes out the Misfortune. Does have the minions just to wolf right out, but not before. Nico finds the Pop Blossom, flashing right in. It's going to have to do a lot more damage than that because the Braum is tanking up the tower, but maybe perhaps she finds it just in case she doesn't. Braum is around the corner, who's now in trouble himself. This most likely will be donated by the Glacial Fissure coming through. The Syndra picking it up in the end. Beautiful support coming out from Fuse mid laner.
Yeah, and even though that was a pretty big shutdown going over the way of Ashe, you are
Luke,
trading back.
you gotta be careful. He's very tanky, but a great punish from the Jarvan. Bloopy finding the Cataclysm Flag and drag onto the Zinzao, and he was very low in that exchange, and therefore goes down, missing the knock-up onto the Ornn. Can't say the same from the Ornn. Sorin charging into the K'Sante, but it won't be enough as Luke finds another target. He's now 3-0. 2,000 gold. Bandit on this K'Sante. This is exponential difference at this point in the game.
Yeah, and you gotta remind yourself, this lead has been accrued almost in pure isolation. This is the first time we've really seen anyone else make their way topside to really make a difference in that lane. It's just simply not happening a lot. So the fact that he can accrue himself such a dominant lead without any assistance purely from weak side play is daunting. Ioma might be in trouble now. Gets knocked back.
Yep, they are pushing in. Iona. Ooh, that was, I mean, Luke bingo on this K'Sante. Whether that's an Ornn he's facing, whether that's the Aurora, he's going to be shoving it right in onto the tower, taking it out in the end as well. And remember, we are back to where we found ourselves before Feats of Strength, which have now been removed. First Blood gives additional gold, and so does the first tower, which was taken out in the bot lane initially.
Yeah, and man, just look how confident Luke Bingo is playing. Already has the Kaden Grookon finished. Doesn't feel threatened at all. Is 2 levels ahead over the Ornn. More than that, almost 2.5. Herald coming down. And MGI are spread thin over the map. Who's going to answer this? For now, Aurora is coming down. But that
he might be punished as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow across the mid lane does connect with the Coal of the Forge God, but he's still alive. Bullet time around the corner. Crescent God just to mitigate that damage. The rest of the team has arrived. And I say, is it enough? Yes, it is. Fires on the Syndra is finding a great Scutter of the week. That's a double kill. Going over to Mikano. Make that a triple kill for this AD carry on Fuse. In the mid lane, Blue P is firing away at the Ashe, but the Ashe gets swag flagged on in the end. Trade in the mid lane.
Trade in the mid lane, and what was looking like finally some initiative coming from MGI is costing them dearly, isn't it? Because when it all comes down to brass tacks, that was not a winning play. Yeah, shut down over to Ashe, but
it might not be enough. It might just not be enough. Ayano is in trouble. He's too far away from the next best tower that's going to support him, but he takes Picano out. I mean, that's a trade in the end, 1 for 1, and a TP is going to ensure that he doesn't go down. Ayano is still up and kicking. Now that this dragon has spawned, it might be a bit of a unfortunate situation for themselves for the time being. They are looking for another trade. Maybe Fuse can find what they need onto none other but the Zinzao. Yes, they do. In fact, the Pat Iant goes down on the Zinzao. Again, this is great. TP coming from the K'Sante just to support that mid lane tower. He does just arrive in time in order to do so. Bloopy's looking for a turnaround as well. Doesn't look like he's going to be committing into that one as Ayano has dropped out in the end. And therefore, this dragon is now being taken over. And that is some definite great pressure from none other but Fuse on the blue side, who are picking themselves up the second dragon of the game. And very, very important, as now the game will be slowing down ever so slightly, and that's very important that it does, because they just need to spend as much of that gold that they've just earned, as a Call of the Forge God and a TP coming out from Aurora in the backline here does have a decent flank on the situation. Thias does flash over between the worlds, not quite able to do anything, of course, goes right back into where she came from in the end. A lot of damage, of course, in the mid lane. The team fights are not stopping right now. This is pressure after pressure, as right now, another member on the Fuse side this time around has to flash over. Flag and Drag is matching with an enchanted crystal arrow in his face, but none of it but Ayana now doesn't have the flash and unable to turn it around in this team fight, so they're just going to be firing it away and trying to make this tower alive, but I can't say the same for this engage. Ash is in trouble. She flashed away. Iona is now able to maybe do some damage. Sinzawa going in audaciously onto the back line. He does have the Crescent Guard, and he does not have his team. Triple kill coming out, and a quadra in terms of how many members go down, all only remaining on the other side.
And that was quite an optimal fight, I would say. I think it's not going to get a whole lot better than that. And even all of that is not enough for MGI to get a winning play going for themselves. And it's really going from bad to worse. And even if all that is not enough to pull it over the line for them, what will be?
What will be is really so scary to think about. A game where none other but a 9,000, that's 11,000 by the way, gold difference in a 22-minute game for Fuse Esports. And they are not stopping, they're not slowing down. And I will say that, really sorry Bandit, you will get to see this game as you should. It's
We'll be fine, we'll be fine. In the meantime, I think we can talk about the pacing of Fuse currently. Because around that third dragon, as, yeah, right, guys, chill out. Not fighting. I want to talk for a bit.
Yeah, no, you got all the time in the world. They're actually pacing themselves beautifully right now.
That they have to chill a bit so I can do my thing.
Guys, please, if you can hear me across the Fuse mics, somehow they're collaborating. Chill out.
No. But to me, it was starting to get a little too scrappy, and they had a giant lead, but they were not getting a lot of objectives with it, right? They were answering a lot of the these last death strokes that MGI was having. And it meant that they were not getting a lot of towers, they were not getting a lot of dragons, and they were kind of running around the map answering these little fires that MGI was trying to start, right? With little embers, little smolders. And now that is, they are completely out of it. And Fuse is running the map once again. They are in control. They are dictating where they are playing for. And with pressure in the side lanes, they can start choking out this vision around Baron, forcing MGI to face check around these major objectives, because remember, Baron is not, it's not the little pubescent worm it was before.
Engage, and Touch Crystal Arrow is going to stop in case Sante a little bit, but not too long. The Ash has been absolutely deleted in that exchange. Cataclysm is going to make sure that the Braum can't go nowhere, but he's going to hit 2 in 1, as Ayana is now in trouble. Blue P is not slowing down, but Ayana is speeding up with her in between worlds. She's running to no man's land. There's nobody here to back her up. She may be able to trade enough damage if the rest of the team is not around. Dragon Flag does get the make it rain kill in the end from the Misfortune. Now they can turn around for this Baron, Bandit.
Yeah, and it doesn't even really matter that it is on Vision with a 2 against 5 left on the map. All they can look for are like these towers to trade with. But even that, Fuse is not allowing
the tower
it truly, but
has been secured. Yeah, they're just spread too thin in this fight. I mean, they're going to be chasing one or the other. I guess the support is going to go down to the jungler, unless the jungler doesn't have what it takes. And now Justice on the Ornn is going to have to flash over the root. Nicely done. Looking for the Bellow Breath onto Jaden McDaniels. None other than Zeph down in the bot lane support. The bullet time is already dominating. Onto a double kill. How many times are we going to read out a multi-kill today from Mikano on this Misfortune?
And even though that was quite a convincing fight, the fact that they are spreading themselves out so thin right when they're doing a Baron as well means that despite them attempting to not give away the mid tower, they are losing the mid tower. They are giving away kills, yet getting kills back in return. But you are allowed to give a little bit of a crumb to your opponent when you're taking the Baron. It's not a crime, Fuse. So I would love to see, I mean, they can get away with it, right? Because they're so incredibly far ahead. But it does go to show that when they are this far ahead, keeping the gameplay clean is something that requires so much discipline.
Yes, it does. And discipline is all it's going to take, because MGI has potentially got some time where they can scale into maybe coming back from such a huge deficit. That's the light at the end of their tunnel. But this Baron is not going to let them do anything like that. Blupee going right into their base. Ornn trying to mitigate as much of that initial engage, but the engage is following through onto the Xin Zhao, who's now down. Great two-man knock-up. Fires with their Scatter of the Week in the backline onto the Ashe, who has to flash away from the K-Sante, who's going to go down to the tower in the end. But a four-man strong team still standing. Can't say the same for the aced MGI, as a double kill and an ace is coming through from Thiers on this Syndra. Four-man team strong. They're pushing it in with the last remaining minions, and they will take out the towers, they will take out the Nexus, and they will take themselves into the next fight in this Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think you can tell Fuse are just brute forcing themselves past MGI, and they are starting out swinging as they will be moving up with a 1-0 score. And I mean, that is exactly how you want to start your tournament now, right now, isn't it, Domain?
It's beautiful. I mean, I wanted to expect it. I wanted to have the outcome that we had without trying to say it out loud too many times. Of course, this is what I would love to see from my own organization. Just absolutely smashing it. I'm very proud. Keep doing it, guys. Keep doing it. Keep showing up for us. And with that said, first game, first round is now over. What we got ourselves was a very explosive game in the bot lane, and a very, very big follow-up with all of the advantage that Fuse was able to pick themselves up in the entire game. And I mean, MGI just didn't have what it takes.
Bot was flashy, I'll give you that. But you cannot underestimate the impact from the K'Sante in that match.
Yes.
Because the fact that he got all of that done without jungle intervention, and then near the end of the match, they are absolutely brute forcing themselves past MGI. The fact that that was, I believe, the final fight, a 4 against 5, and it was not looking. MGI was putting up way more of a resistance than should be allowed at a 13,000 gold lead. However, it took the intervention of the K'Sante and the Jarvan to take out the Ashe. That secured them the fight. Ayana coming in later on was too little, too late. A drop of water on a burning hot sheet of metal, evaporating in front of their eyes. And I think that is what it took. The little spark on bot lane lit the flames. However, it took K'Sante to drag it over the line and ensure a happy ending within a suitable time frame.
Yeah, absolutely. And you expect these games to be much quicker, and it felt rapid, especially in the plays. At some point, we didn't even have a chance to break down the 14 fights that we witnessed, and that's the speed that I really enjoy. So, Bandit, you can take a break when these team fights happen, I guess, because these teams are not slowing down.
Yeah, no, it is. I'm kicking up my feet.
This is have a coffee, brother.
If this is the rest of the season, I'm having an absolute waltz through the season.
That's what we love to see.
I think we'll be actually. I'm curious. Can we get a hold of someone at Fuse to have a little yap at?
We absolutely can do, if you'd like to. We are going to be able to do that in a moment or two, as the update right now for everybody that's watching is that we are getting ready for the creation of round 2. And round 2 will be
we're all done?
involving
Everyone's done?
LG Evo. Say that again.
All the matches have finished?
Oh, we're done. Done for the day. Nice one. Thank you for coming. We'll see you soon again tomorrow. We've got so much more to see tonight. And with that, we are just waiting for the next round to commence. LG Evo will be the next team that we will be casting. We will be looking at, and we're yet to find out who they will be playing against, as the round 1 is shortly to end across all of the teams that are playing right now.
Yeah, and it is a long day, right? And I think the element that might be not getting the attention it truly deserves, or that doesn't always show in a tournament like this, is the fact that these tournaments are absolute marathons, right? I mean, we are all used to playing maybe a few games after each other in solo queue, but these tournaments are on another level. You are locked in, and you are constantly communicating with your team. So when you finish these games a little earlier, it is really important as a team. You are taking a moment to regroup, to recuperate, and let yourself off a little bit.
Yeah.
Making sure, get that, go outside for a breath of fresh air or tainted air if that is your thing. And make sure that you are fresh and ready for the next one, because this is going to be a long day. And if you are doing well enough, you're going to have to do it all again.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow's going to be a big day as well. That's best of 3s, single elimination brackets. So there's so much more to it. And if you're ranking as the top 8 out of the 15 today, you will have a heck of a day ahead of you on tomorrow's cast, which we will be live
you're not there
here.
Yet.
And
you're not there yet.
Exactly.
Even if you make it through to day 2, there is still quite a ways ahead of you, right? If you make it through day 2 and you get out on top there, that gets you a chance at making it into Div 2.
Yes. No, it's so exciting. The whole season will be exactly this. And we're all trying to figure out what this season is still about, right? We're only a few days in as we speak. What we'll do is get ourselves ready for the next game. And if we can bring in somebody from Fuse, we will do so for a little interview as well. So stay tuned for that. If that doesn't happen, the next time, in about a few minutes, you will see us. We'll be ready for the round 2 for LG Evo. Don't go nowhere as we are getting ourselves ready, and we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you for still having the energy to give to us as the game 2, and round 2 is slowly to be commencing here. Welcome back, Bandit. Welcome back.
Oh man, every break from your gaze is an eternity past.
Thank you very much. It's almost as if you're stealing my heart, Bandit, and that's one way to put it. We're waiting for the draft. Love the bromance.
On top of the show, man, that is becoming quite the raise, I will say.
Oh wow,
quite the haul we are getting.
No, do you know what? I can't top that. I can't top that.
No, we are looking at a little step back.
Yes.
A little look at what team will regroup themselves, because the next match that we will be viewing will be between Minus Esports and LG Evo on blue side and red side respectively. Now both of these teams went 0-1. And I think it's extremely interesting to see how these amateur teams deal with getting back from a loss, right? Because we all know losing is a part of the game, right? There's always someone better than you. But tournaments like these, it's not one and done. You're not out of it just yet. Who can find their footing the quickest? Who can keep that momentum going and make sure they get to that release of 3 wins and moving on to day 2. And getting 3 wins starts with getting the single one, and one of these teams will be getting their first win of the tournament.
They will be. And what a way to start us off. And again, I'm getting the spectate announcement here. So we could just go back to my little backup scene, always ready with that one. There we go. And I'll make sure to get the right one in just a moment or two. The blue side Minus are taking out the Oriana. Don't want to be facing it, especially in the best of 1. That's out of the picture. And it looks like LG Evo will be going with the good old classic Jinx ban as well.
Yeah, and who do we have in the lobby here, Domain? It seems to be Minus, Gank, and Ovi.
Are we...
OV3, who is not familiar with that team, right?
Yes, that's.
As we get that logo figured out, I mean, everyone should know them, and if you're not used to them by now, I mean, maybe it is time to learn a bit, because from what I have seen, and from, I will say I have met the team at Comic-Con earlier this year, and man, they seem to be quite committed. They seem to be quite committed. Now, they are coming from a loss against Nameless, which, despite not having a name, have quite a reputation already in the first open qualifier. I think a lot of people will be sweating when they are facing Nameless. I think they are looking to rise towards the top rather swiftly. So let's see how they will handle such a loss. Can they shrug it off, or will they stay down and out? Now, this priority in this draft is already completely different than what we saw in our previous match. Top lane getting a little bit of extra love, a little bit of extra attention, and no more boring tank versus, well, I would call Cassante a tank, but opinions vary when it comes to Cassante. But we are going to pound town in the top lane. Renekton facing off against Ambassa. Now, the backup from Wukong, I kind of like it, because it is just such a team fighting monster. When it comes to setting up the team fights itself from a flank, can get the job done, can steal them, draw over walls. Such a flexible pick that will slot into any team composition.
Going for a bit of a rise here in the mid lane, and it is going to be a scaling one. Now, of course, you do have the ability to buy 2 tier items just in case the Rise wants to cook up in this new season, but it's important to bear in mind that you will need to stack the tier twice if he's going to go in for that one. And there's a few good old new items. One comes in mind where he gets the double amount of mana usage from Visualizer, I believe, and its cooldown is halved. So that could be a nice little pickup for the Rise. And Nivea being locked in as well on the side of LG Evo.
Now, I think what we're seeing here is we are actually seeing drafts that have now gone separate ways, right? Where Minus is still looking for a jungler and a support, as far as we can tell, and Evo is looking for their bottom lane. And it surprises me then to see a little bit that we do see this priority on these supports coming through, because not only are they pinching Minus's champion pool over here, but also a bit of their own champion pool. Now, when you see the Anivia, you always have to be respectful of the fact that there can be a Poppy next to that. And I don't really hate that, especially with Ambessa already picked up by Minus. So I'm curious if Minus will have the same game plan here and take out the Poppy before that can ruin any dashing game plans from blue side that they might have cooked up.
Yes, LG Evo banning the last champion that you can't see on screen is the Leona. They're getting rid of the supports, as we yet to see the supports and maybe the jungler on the side of Minus Esports. Of course, the Ambessa being a first pick and the flex continuously as we speak. But it doesn't look like LG Evo will be banning away any of those junglers. So then they're taking the bait for the time being. And a Sivir is the last ban from Minus Esports on the blue side. What do we pick up as the last two individual picks to counteract anything that Minus Esports will be picking up as a team, as a bunch?
Here, once again, I feel like by picking up Xayah, you're opening the door up for obviously Rakan. So the priority for Minus Esports to pick up the Poppy themselves right now, to make sure you are not facing it, but also kind of slamming the door shut on any Wukong engages, on any Rakan engages. I think the value of the Poppy has gone up so much, and if they pick Rakan themselves, I still don't hate the Poppy in the composition of LG Evo. Yeah, the engages will be very much reliant on Wukong finding a way in, and the rest of the team following up on that engage. But it is definitely doable, and the damage is there to deal with a Kai'Sa, with a Ryze, and the more beefy players on Minus's side.
You can see a very big smile on my face because I finally figured out OBS. Ladies and gents, I've learned, and I never knew that was an option. It fits. Everything is on screen. And I've even gotten rid of both Evo LG and Minus Esports reversed images. I'm yet to figure that one out, so we'll get to it. But the focus right now lies on this late game Jax. Scaling with a Ryze, scaling with the Kai'Sa. There's so much opportunity here. He's got to do it.
Do it. Yeah, they should be, because against the Jax, it's going to be great as well. That is how it's done. Man, I really feel like both of these teams should have risen their prio on Poppy the very moment that the Ambessa was locked in. The fact it made it through all the bans, the fact that it made it through then, the fact that this is the last pick in this series is kind of stunning to me.
Yes.
Because both of these teams could have benefited from it so much. Now, Rakan, despite having to fight into a Poppy, can of course try and look for the territories on the map that are not currently patrolled by the Poppy. So I'm very curious how they will be navigating that. And because of the changes in the season, this Poppy will be tankier than you might expect. Because with the changes that I have put through, with the quests coming through, and the changes to the vision wards, supports have a lot more gold to work with. And they don't have to blow it all on vision wards and the like. So they're no longer full build after buying a ruby crystal and a pink ward. So this Poppy can be such a menace if she is allowed to leave the lane. And that is what I will be keeping an eye on throughout the early game. Can this Poppy leave her marks on the match outside of the bottom lane?
It's a very important question. It's also very important as to who's going to be able to follow through with this Poppy. And we've got a Wukong. And Wukong just does so well if something can just see those targets before he hits that level 6. And with the new changes, these junglers are able to get level 6 either off of their second Scuttle Crab, or if they opt in for the Dragon when it spawns after 2 clears already have been done in the jungle. That's level 6 for Wukong. That's level 6 for, well, either the Jax or the Ambessa, really. We yet to find out. We need to get that confirmed. And it's so important that this Poppy and everybody else is just running around this scene and getting the right positioning, because it's an amazing structure to both of these rosters. The drafts have been, I want to really say, you know, the late game, yes, minus once they get to that stage, even in a very fast, rapid sort of season 16. If they get there, they've got the opportunity to take over the game. But LG Evo has what it takes to slow them down, especially with the Poppy. And if they can match that CC chain from the Renekton and Nivea, there's so much safety for the Xayah. Anything could happen.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, it's going to be really important to isolate the Ryze. Because even in the early game, the clear speed of a Ryze in the mid lane is very hard to match, even for an Nivea. So if they can get priority in mid minus esports, and Ambessa gets priority in the top lane, they can be looking to invade the jungle as a little 3-man blob. The windows for this are narrow, because the waves are lacking a melee minion, only 2 melee minions this season. So they are cleared faster, and they are faster in lane. So the window for this is smaller, and if Renekton can push it in, he can punish it like that. However, if he's forced to follow it up to make sure the Wukong can get through the early game, the Wukong who doesn't have the most amazing early game, but neither does the Jax, that can be a point of pressure they can be looking to play around, because with so much priority in your solo lanes, you have space to work with, you have time to work with, and if you can put that to good use, you can acquire yourself a lead that is insurmountable in the middle lane game.
Absolutely. So very important. Let's see exactly who's going to be able to take that game, as we are now slowly getting ourselves into the first one of it all. It's so important to get those early advantages for either or teams. I do expect LG Evo to have a bit of an easier time in the early stages of the game. It's definitely gonna be quite a busy top lane, whether that's even a Jax or an Ambessa up there. I'm looking forward to that. I'm a bit of a biased caster. I like my top lane. I like my Aatrox as well. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it for these 2 games, but maybe, perhaps, in the next 3, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised by the lack of Zahen we've been seeing. We've seen a lot of priority around Zahen and how dominant he can be, even against tanks, against other fighters. So I'm a little bit surprised, but because he's quite new, he might not be in the comfort zone for a lot of these players. And when you are playing with so much on the line as we have right now, right? This tournament is very important. There are not many second chances you're going to get. I think only in 2 weeks there's a second open qualifier, and the third one is still TBD. So, you know, you really have to perform, and taking a gamble on a champion that you might not be super duper familiar with can be exploitable. Now, I feel we have to maybe look at who has the more cohesive draft in this mode, because I think both of these teams both have scaling elements and then also skirmish heavy elements. On Minus's side, you see Kai'Sa Ryze and Jax. I'm thinking, all right, split pushing, late game, pressuring these side lanes, and that is a strategy you don't get to play a lot against in solo queue. Hard to prepare unless you've scrimmed against them. But does that really sync up with the more skirmish heavy and pick heavy nature of an Ambessa and a Rakan?
It's such a burning question. There's so many of those questions, and we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait and see which one we get to find answered first. Welcome back to the Summoner's Rift, ladies and gents. We're ready, and so is none other but LG Evo on the red side and Minus Esports on the blue side, with a bit of a heavy trade in the bot lane.
Already looking for a grand entrance as the skirmish is underway, stacking that passive onto the Poppy, who gets chunked down to 50% HP. not really how you want to start, but the trades are coming through, and it's support against support, AD carry against Saperi, as Anivia is not getting those electrocute trades that she is looking for.
She's having a tough time a little bit into this rise. Level 2 advantage on. Who's it going to be? There's that blue going in with the grand entrance, but being poked down heavily. Already has to use the heal on this rack, and Jeep is going to just be backtracking a little bit with the Kaiser.
Yeah, and when we're in top lane, the Counter-Strike is on such a long cooldown early, so Renekton can be looking for a bit of a trade here. Fury stacked up, and the leap strike into safety, but they're right back into the fray. And look at the numbers that are accruing currently, up side by side. And I will say, I'm a little bit surprised. I was kind of expecting the Jax to go into the jungle, and the Ambassador taking it up in top lane.
Yeah, well, it's they've had that flex pick, and you never know where it's going to go. I do like Ambessa a little bit more on the jungle because there's that flash engager, and it's going to take the Anivia passive through, which is very important. Of course, the Rise is now going to have to go back in the end. But just going back to that Ambessa point, the minion wave is just not going to be quite shoved in. He's in trouble now. And he's just going to step away. She doesn't have any mana. She's going to have to deal with
that's
him.
the flash.
No.
I will say, this is painful to watch. That is the third stun that is missing.
That is unlucky. Quadrant Warrior doesn't get killed.
Once. I don't think it hit once. And if you look at the HP bar that Rise is sitting on, you just know that if that Q hit, that would have been first blood. Now, no egg available. Mana low on both sides, and it's just waiting until one of these junglers is going to smell blood. They're both very, very close. But in the end, the most minute of leads for the Anivia, who will be coming out with a bit of a minion advantage. Will it be equalized when they're catching the wave? It is yet to see, as we are getting a little bit of a pause.
We are indeed.
After this early game, I think we can safely say both of these teams are bloodthirsty. Oh my.
Yes. They've not had the start they were looking for in the last game that we didn't get to witness. And for those that are joining us, not quite familiar with the format, there is 15 teams. 8 teams are playing every hour. Last hour in round 1, we got to witness Fuse Esports against MGI. This second round, we're doing the exact same thing as 1 out of the 8 teams are playing. And the one that will be gracing our eyes on is, of course, right now, LG Evo on the red side and Minus Esports on the blue side. A bit of a FPS issue for the AD carry, hence the pause. That's the reasoning for the time being. And I've got time. I really want to just say, as we're now back in the game, Ambessa in the jungle rather than a Jax makes much more sense. You want the Jax to scale. You want him to get at level 20. Ambessa, she falls off in the late game. She acts as a frontline, sure, but all of that damage is in the sweet, sweet mid game. And the mid game is what she can snowball into as an acting jungler. Somebody that roams around the entire map from the get-go and has the ability to get herself on board.
I think that is right. And as we are in the little countdown and we are getting back into gameplay, take a look at his top lane, right? He is up 11 minions currently and is looking for a reset. Is having the ignite, so gonna have to choose his moment carefully because he is facing a longsword. So even though he is sitting comfortably in items, he is behind currently. And if he doesn't get an opportunity to reset properly, that might hurt him. So the intervention of Wukong to push out this Jax is going to be really, really important if this
nice counter strike
continue to dominate.
It's going to be matched by an ignite, but the flash is still available for both of these top laners. That was very much pushing the buttons from either their top laner. Nice trade back from the Renekton just to reduce the Jax to such a threshold that he won't be able to tower dive with, but the Wukong, he's coming. He's around the corner. Great awareness from this Jax. Beautifully done. Just backing away and denying the first blood.
Yeah, he put the ward down to cover off this gank route exactly as the way we saw it. However, the trade here is enough to get Renekton a reset
going right in,
losing too many minions.
Nice bit of poke. Now, she doesn't have much
Hello,
mana
mana.
on the side of Xayah, but look at the Ambessa. A lot of dashing is going to come through as the barrier is going to pick up a lot of the damage. Nice deny. Poppy outwork already denying another gank. First one for herself. Second one was, of course, up in that top side. None of these junglers are going to get on board with their first kill.
Oh,
That's a
here
lot
we
of
go.
damage.
That's a stun landing.
That's so much damage. He's just going to root it away, and he gets the
Oh, she gets it!
Gets the first blood. That's 400 gold for the bird.
I was so tense because it didn't look like Anivia had enough mana to land that final icicle that marks the grave right now. Now, not only melting away the Ryze health bar, but also setting her eyes on those juicy turret plates. And that is the first little remnant of a gold lead going over to the side of Evo, sitting currently on a 1,000 gold lead for themselves.
Beautifully done. That was eventually going to happen somewhere. That's a 5-minute first blood. Both of these teams want to take their time. They don't want to snowball. They don't want to coin flip. I'm sure they want to snowball. They don't want to coin flip anything in their second round because their first round has taken them down to this loser bracket. Both teams being 0-1 currently in this tournament, as the Counter-Strike is going to be hitting Renekton in the end, but more importantly, down in the bot lane, we are setting up for a dragon.
Oh, Dominus pops, and the Counter-Strike
He
still
does
down.
have the flash, not
Yes,
quite
flash.
able to use it. Okay, so
Jax
that's
has
a
it
Dominus
too.
forced.
Yeah, that's a Dominus force, but the cooldown on that is so low. And with a cannon wave entering the wave right now, that's a free reset. And with the minion advantage, that might be
Nice
a big lead now.
route onto the Anivia. Remember, she doesn't have her passive, but the Cyclone is around the corner. So much damage from both of these junglers. They're going to be trading a kill either or.
Just
up
the egg,
until
just the
then,
egg.
it's still up. No, just like that. They're screaming on the side of Minus Esport. Not able to get that kill. Is it enough from the Wukong? He may have the damage as he's not quite able to flash onto the grand entrance, onto the Xayah, but a beautiful trade from none other but the Poppy to deny the engage from the Kai'Sa.
Oh, but they had to go deep for that one just to ensure that the Xayah will be playing it safe.
The monkey has not left this jungle quiet yet. Not quite able to punish this Jax in the end, still trading down to the bot lane.
Now, this Xayah is sticking around quite long, and I'm fairly sure they don't know where the Ambessa is hiding out. No fear as far. And now, with Anivia, look at that level lead. Up 2 levels on the Ryze, who he just crossed into level 6 territory. That is looking already quite disastrous, despite those early Qs maybe not hitting their mark. This laning phase is definitely going the way of LG Evo. And despite Minus being on blue side, they are down in the red as they're staring down the barrel of a 1,500 gold deficit.
And 8 minutes now that the Void Grubs are on the map. A nice to almost 1.5k gold for the advantage on the side of LG Evo. They'll be having a great time taking this objective, especially now that they find the Wukong before he can even move.
Ooh,
Their Trickster turns into stone in the end as well. Now Anivia trying to just punish this Rakan. They're not going to be able to do anything with these Void Grubs.
No, and look at that. They are winning across the map, getting a hold of the minions still in the mid lane. They're not losing anything. With Counter-Strike invested in the gank,
a heavy fight. If they can't find one in the Baron pit, they will try and find one in the mid lane. Nice heroic charge into none other but the Anivia wall in the end, which is going to stun up the Kai'Sa. Is it enough damage? Yes, with the barrier. No, but the minions! They aren't going to take it down. Rim is going to be sent back to base as Anivia picks up her second kill of the game. Maybe, perhaps the third. And a public execution flashed away from. Warjong Warrior is not slowing down. He's got the Glacial Storm just to take away, but in the end, the Ryze does get the kill, and they get the double kill and a shutdown onto the Poppy. Good trade. They needed to find it, and they did.
Yeah, and man, the damage coming out of an Anivia with Electrocute is always so deceptive. You see Anivia, you think scaling mage, but nothing less could be true, as she is absolutely running rampant in the mid lane, giving away the shutdown now. But on a Rod of Ages at 9.5 minutes, she's going to be online so quickly. And whilst all of that was happening in the bot lane, this Xayah was securing herself plates left and right. And just take a look at the experience differences coming through. Anivia ahead, Xayah ahead. And that will leave its marks as we are about to leave the early game in just a few minutes.
It's so important to also mention that with the champion quests, you need to stick out as a great amount of damage, just the Anivia wall around the corner. The cooldown on the E is absolute 0, and I'm not even talking about Nunu here right now because he grabs it and finds it yet again. 4-1 in the end for the Anivia, and the Rise is needing to pick up the pace as he's falling behind.
Yeah, I mean, simply disrespectful of the fact that Anivia is so far ahead. Now, Renekton, once again, has an opening now that the Counter-Strike is down, has Dominus available, and we saw before, he is not scared of using that.
He's not at all. Now, Bessa was just hovering, but now with this Jax getting a decent trade onto the Renekton once again, and Bessa is pathing towards that top lane. Not until that Scuttle Crab is going to dissuade her from taking the river approach. It might just be the tower dive, so be careful there.
It's so scary to dive a Renekton under tower, and in just a few seconds, he will have his Ignite up. Now, he will be sounding the retreat. He
might want to pick a fight, and he's going to pick a bone, but Public Execution does connect. Dominus is doing a lot of damage. He's going to have to flash away, but no flash available from the Jax. Does he find it? No, because the Bessa does. And the Dragon down in the bot lane is going to be secured by none other but LG Evo because of the Jax finding himself the kill with Mbessa.
Yeah, and here's the answer lying in wait for LG Evo Esports. The minion wave is crashing. They're stuck on the tower. No flash available for Rim.
They are looking for it. Rim is now going to be just CC'd into Slytherins. He's going to go down. Realm Warp from the Rise, actually. He may be able to pick up a kill, perhaps, on the Featherstorm. No, because the tower aggro has now just reset. Beautiful execution. The auto attack. Not enough. As none other but Ekris Dis is going to take himself out of danger. And Rise doesn't even get nothing out of this ult, but now he's missing out on his quest timer and the minions.
And man, that is a disastrous turn of events. Yes, it starts with the Renekton in the top lane. You manage to get yourself a kill, but it costs you 2 flashes. Yeah, you get a plate next to it, but you are trading it for the dragon. And with all of these resources invested in the top lane, you are left exposed in the bottom lane. They exploit it to the absolute maximum.
Yep.
Get themselves the kills, deny themselves the minion waves, and that means that they are leaving this late stage of the early game with over 2,000 gold in their favor. And I think a large part of that is coming from these plays that they are securing themselves, on top of course, the 8 kills.
8 kills on board, looking for the 9th. Cruel Yakov is, well, Kral Yakov, as my Polish just took over there for a minute, is going to now have to just back away for a moment or two, and down in the bot lane, also with this Poppy, looking for a tower dive perhaps. So much pressure in these lanes, bot lane, mid lane. Now the Rakan joining the Kai'Sa, he has the backup that the Poppy didn't want to see, but there is that gang. Public Execution does connect onto no mana on the Anivia. Does she get the trade? She actually, whoa, no way. This Wukong now stops another kill.
And there's Wukong for the backup. Here's the cavalry to bring it across the line. Everyone is underestimating Wajong Warrior. And I think by now, 5 kills in, you should know better. However, they keep coming up on top as these advantages are mounting and rising.
Oh, no, not again. Seabury gets out. He's got the shield to back himself up. This is a best of one. All teams are playing in the same time, and therefore nobody gets to see what Wajong Warrior can do on this Anivia. And what he can do is, I guess, get punished. A little bit too much overstaying in the mid lane goes down. But what I'm trying to insinuate here is that you do not want to let this mid laner and LG Evo take this Anivia up in any more games.
No, it's an absolute dominant force on this team. And like we said before, a lot of these advantages are being accrued on pure force by themselves. Not a lot of outside assistance needed, despite them getting it regardless.
That's it. And the
Renekton in
Renekton's going to be
trouble.
punished once again in the top side if they get this kill, but there might be a 1 for nothing. And the TP coming through as well. That's a disaster. Jax is down. I guess a slice and a dice will make quick work until the grand entrance takes the Rakan out of danger, but not for long. Wukong has arrived, so has the minion wave, and none other but the Anivia. He's still alive until that last auto attack. Just take a look at how much they had to commit into LG Evo's Renekton, and how much they had to sacrifice in the end.
And look at the timing of this as well, right? Not only are they going to get their third tower of the game, Herald just spawned. So you might, isn't the teleport a bit of overkill, a bit of an overinvestment? None of it means that we are also getting the Herald for it. So it is not only a skirmish play, it will mean you have enough people around to get extra plays, to get the Herald, and maybe even punish Jax again.
Punish time and time again. And Jax was the one that was doing just fine across the board. He was the only one yet to die in the side of Minus Esports. Now Renekton is in trouble. Great public execution just to deny him the movement that he was trying to dish out damage with onto this Ryze. Ryze is going to stay alive. Bot lane is great, but top side has just lost 2 towers.
Yeah, I mean, you are getting a kill and you are getting some extra plates, but at what cost? Because I'm not sure that when they see the bill that they are paying right now, they are too happy with it. But currently, you just cannot contest LG Evo on the map. So you have to look for trades, even if they are maybe not favoring you directly. You cannot win in this scenario.
No.
You can only lose the minimum, and that is what they are dead set on doing, as LG Evo has shifted their attention away from the Herald and back to their second dragon of the match.
Now, of course, this is an early game roster draft that they've been able to pick themselves up. And minus, of course, Xayah and Nivea, they always will be able to scale into that late game. But can they match a Jax, Kai'Sa, and the Ryze, who is very far behind? So give it another 20 minutes, maybe, but I don't think we got 20 minutes. Them is trying to speed up the game. The Dragon was in the end uncontested and taken out, but for it, the Rift Herald is being matched in the topside river.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at this Jax, right? This is not a Jax that is ahead of the curve. Just finished.
Well, Yakov is not going to be walled away, and therefore the CC is not stopping his Realm Warp. That's a punish, and I think the egg this time round is not going to save you, Wajong Warrior. Unfortunate for this Anivia. She goes down, may I say, for the first time in her egg form.
Yeah, definitely getting cooked, and that is not all. Winning across the map as Kai'Sa is getting another shutdown as well upon the Wukong. And you gotta be careful here, LG, because if you are slipping in attention, you might suddenly have a quite diminished gold lead. Now, they are picking up... Oh, actually, they didn't
Off
get
you
the
go.
Herald.
Whoa.
The Herald also went over to Minus.
No, that was an
I completely
interaction.
missed out on that.
Does it get to charge? It does, in the end. Imagine if he stopped it during the charge. That would have been a disaster. What a play from, if I get this right, probably will butcher it, Mayachi. There you go. That sounds simple enough. Bit scary
Honestly,
in writing.
You did that a lot cleaner than I thought you would. Props.
It looks so scary when you look at it. But doesn't get the stop on the charge in the end. That does get a few tower plates spread around. Very needed. And again, this is all about stalling time. Minus Esports on the blue side, they must take their time and stop giving away such silly advantages, especially into something like an Anivia, who's not only going to do very well at this point in the game, but she's going to be able to match your late game. So what better time to just bide your time and wait out the storm?
Yeah, and currently that is what Minus is doing, and they are crawling themselves back rather wonderfully, I will say. The way things are looking right now, you know, what used to be like 5-6k gold behind.
Hover just cast the curse tip. Maybe down in the bot lane there's trouble, but so is trouble brewing on none but the dominus in the Renekton's hands, who's not going to be able to take nothing for his name, but a quick ticket back to Fountain, and so is the rise. Kral Yakov is once again trying to come back into the game.
These trades are not the same, because where Minus immediately has to retreat after getting the pick on top, LG is getting 2 towers and are robbing this jungle of Minus blind right before we are expecting this dragon to spawn in just 2 minutes, clearing out the jungle, making sure Minus, if they want to hang around the jungle, it will be costing them double because they cannot be farming anything in there. I think you're pretty happy if you can get out scot-free. And looks like they are chasing them down just for a little longer. No egg available for Wayong currently.
This is sneaky Rico. And get out. Wukong thinking, no trouble at all. I'll just put myself right where I belong before the next objective does spawn. So
keep your eye on Anivia right now, because he's basing with 2 incredibly, needly large rods, turning into the most beautiful of hats you can by yourself on the Rift, and interrupting the reset from the Jax here, meaning that the timings for Minus are becoming quite choppy as Dragon is spawning in a minute, and it is complete control for the side of LG Evo. The only thing that they have to cover off is make sure that they cannot trade the Baron for it, but with how tanky Baron has gotten and with how far behind the carries are for Minus, it feels like they're gonna either have to contest and win a uphill battle or make a macro play for the ages.
The death is nigh, the Death Cup is equipped, and this will be, just look at that. There's no minions. Are you kidding me? We are now at 20 minutes into this game. Give us another 4, and there will be 1 less minion walking down these lanes, and that's so important, and also spawning so much faster as well, right? This is going to be crucial. So much wave clear available. Jax is yet to scale into a place in this game that he's going to be finding himself very comfortable in, and with this Anivia denying him the opportunity, he's just going to have to look for a good death at this point, because this is not going to be a public execution. Does get the kill in the end onto the Jax, but the Anivia's now maybe in trouble with the rest of the team. Arriving onto the Dominus Renekton, who's going to flash away, and then they trade another kill. They get double kill for a 2v4? A 2v5? What was that?
That is absolutely crazy. I thought this might be the opening that Minus is looking for, as LG is spread thin. This is the moment to punish the fact that LG are trying to make a play whilst they're doing the objective with 3 man. But the fact that Wayong is so far ahead and they're all just taking a little hypothermic nap in the glacial storm shreds through the entirety of Minus.
Yes.
And not only does LG get to have their cake, they are eating it too.
Stops the back. The Trickster is gonna send him into the realm warp, which needs to now be nicely kited away from the Cyclone as 2 TPs are coming in. Sebri may be in trouble, but not as much as the Jax, who's gonna have to just dish out of the none other but a very heavy TP shield that he's still holding on to, but he's not using that, and that might just go to waste.
Yeah, and I do feel like they are still positioning themselves rather aggressively, despite being a member down. And I'm fairly sure that has been pretty even fight gold-wise. LG continues to spread themselves so thin and getting punished for it.
This is a very bad positioning from the Renekton. Now, but hold on, he's going to force a flash from none other but the Unbetter. But now maybe the Xayah has bit too much. Then he could chew Rakan with the quickness. There it is. That's 1 taken out. Renekton doesn't have flash. He's not going to be a part of this team fight, but the team fight commences, especially now that the Baron has spawned and they're looking for another engage onto the Anivia. Beautifully done. Is it enough damage? No, because there's that turnaround. Rim and Erdem have to run into none other but the clutches of this Wukong. They're going to be taken out. Now they're on the back foot. Can they find a team fight? They are still holding a 4v3. No, in the end, it's just going to be a bit of a scrap before this next objective. But they're still looking for one. Public execution does find the Wukong. He's going to go down in a moment or two. Renekton has been able to get a reset. But with the reset, he gets nothing in return.
Yeah, just not respectful of the number advantage that Minus have. And they can thank their lucky stars that they get the trade back onto the Jax, because if that Jax was alive, you can bet your bottom dollar that they would be turning their sights onto that Baron. And with a Baron in the pocket, anything can happen. Not the doom scenario we are looking at right now. But LG Evo are playing it very, very close to the edge. And I think if one or two of moments like these happen and they go further the way of Minus, they are fully back into this game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if he put that ward just a little bit like a Teemo to the right, he would have gotten a nice little backup with the new changes with warding. I'm yet to see a real execution where that takes up and results in something like a whole team fight win, but I'm sure Vision, as with League of Legends, very important to get it right. With this game slowing down ever so slightly, we're only about 3,000 gold apart in a 26-minute game. This is looking a bit better now for Minus Esports. Yes, I believe that LG Ego is trying to just get that 4th Soul Dragon, and that's why they're just waiting patiently for that objective to spawn, but they're gonna be finding themselves in trouble, especially on the Red Ectons, and he's got Dominus. He doesn't have the flash, and instead, they will get nothing in return. Even pinging at the Baron, they just don't have the numbers.
They don't have the numbers, and, well, with just a minute for the Dragon, I'm not sure if this is the play, because even if they do check the bush, what are you threatening here? You can't start it. You're just trying to pull them away from the Dragon to get yourself some breathing room for when it does spawn. However, you are being split up. You are being spread out. And when LG Evo is spread out, that is when they crumble and fall, as we have seen in the last 5 minutes. Minus slowly clawing themselves back into this game, and what was a 5 or 6k gold lead has melted to just 1,500.
It's very minuscule. That's at this point in the game, you're gonna get a Warhammer for that, and you're gonna call it a day. And right now, Wukong may be calling it a day, not before a nice Cyclone onto 2 members. That's a great knockup, but look at the Anivia just around the corner, and therefore the flash from the Rise. He's going to go down, but not before the quickness.
Oh, 3-man charm!
Remember, Grand entrance, and Maycare Grand the one now, with the backline going down, the Jax is gone, and the Poppy's looking for something, but she's not going to be able to rim, with the Xayah Feather storming through, and flash. Now we got Jeep looking for a nice route, and he's going to delete the Renekton in the end. We got Warrior getting a nice slicing through the enemy front line, and Nivea is still alive, and so is the remaining chase. Like Bram looking for some damage. Grateful, that's an entire wavelength of this bot lane. They get an ace, and they find themselves what they needed.
And that is the ace. It comes at a steep price, but the fact that they're winning that team fight there will get them the soul. They will be out on the map first as well, and I am expecting them to move their bottoms to the Baron as fast as they can carry themselves. And despite the best efforts of Jeep on the Rakan, who thought I was convinced he had the team fight won with that singular engage. However, the follow-up was not fully there. The fact that LG Evo gets to split up what was their downfall early in their game saves their hides and sets off the Baron as they are looking to get a unsurmountable lead.
What a way to turn it into not only a Soul Drake, but an uncontested Baron Nashor. Wow, okay, LG Evo, we've turned up the volume, now keep it there. Can you continue with what you were waiting for in this game? The objectives have now been taken over. You must come through and take the advantage that they offer, or you will crumble under this heavy pressure that the late game Minus Esports is offering here. You have to push advantage.
Yeah, I think with the Baron buff, I am expecting LG Evo to simmer down a bit and set up these waves so that they're going to be crashing at the same time. We are seeing the 1-3-1 coming through. However, we saw before, when LG splits up, they can be left vulnerable, and Minus have been looking to punish a isolated Renekton or an isolated Anivia more than once. regrouping, looking for any opening they can get themselves, because they are teetering on the edge right now.
This
One
is it.
misstep
Spawn
from
onto the
LGE
end of your
and
heroic
it's
charge.
over.
Going to stun the hour going golden on the rise, but look at all of that mitigation from the quickness in the background. It's not enough follow-up intel. So much comes through from Rhythm. He's untouched. He's able to do a lot into the backline. Poppy's going to go down. So is the Anivia. That's an ace. Not before they take a triple onto the Kaiser. That's a double kill. But there is nobody to protect their base. Do they have what it
And
takes
look at
to
the
take
death
out these
timers.
tower plates? Such
The death
a long
timers are so
time.
long.
The tower plates are still up, and therefore offering some sort of nothing. Never
Not
mind.
even that. They're looking
This
to
tower
end.
doesn't exist, and neither does the next. Can they just turn it around? Is this the end? That LG Evo was so trying to counteract with that aggressive mid lane push. Is Rakan, the one who's been sacrificed in this team fight, able to offer them what they need to take over the game? They get the inhibitor, and they have a chance.
Yeah, and man, they cannot afford disastrous team fights like this. Minus has shown themselves to be online. We have passed the 30-minute mark, and suddenly they are staring down the barrel of a fully loaded cannon, and they are shooting holes through them, leaving quite the impact. And despite having the soul, and despite having the Baron, they went down like like a bag of flour.
Pretty much, and that flower has been just spread across the mid lane, and with nobody to pick it up and cook with it aside from none other but Minus Esports. They're yet to take the bread out of the oven. Don't let it overburn, guys. Make sure you've got what it takes just to take this momentum and continuously pushing through these advantages. The minions are spawning every 25 seconds or so at this point in the game. There's so much pressure in every single lane trying to get the tower rust by just constantly rotating and just playing a game, really. A new mini-game that Riot Games has introduced in Season 16, where you just have to rotate to one lane, another, and just get as much gold out of the tower rust as possible. And that's exactly what both of these teams have been able to do, but I don't think it's going to be enough with such an advantage for Minus Esports.
And here's the thing. I feel like when it comes to the more isolated moments where individual player skills are getting to shine, we are seeing LG Evo perform really, really nicely.
Yes.
But when it comes to playing as a team in these team fights and moving around the map as a unit, Minus seems to have their number repeatedly. And then when the fight comes down to it and you're in the fray of it all,
Yes.
they are victorious. Getting to stop these resets, just messing with the tempo, and what was a map shrouded in darkness for Minus has turned the complete other way. As the back gets stopped again, this is starting to mount. In just a minute, the Elder is spawning, and it's dark. It is so dark for LG Evo, and now it's them looking to find a pick, but is it them who are caught off guard?
That's it. Maybe they can find a light in this darkness somewhere with those scrying orbs. They'll be able to spot out quite a few members, but walking into this jungle that doesn't belong to you is terrifying. This Renekton is the only one with the Poppy who can maybe perhaps walk right into this trouble, but because he tried to put out some vision, he's gonna now be punished for it. Looking for an Ogawa glass goes golden in the middle with the team fight, but there's the Renekton who's still able not to do anything, and to the Ambassador, they're gonna go down. This is the team fight that they were looking for. Renekton still doing so much damage, but he's gonna be taken out in the end because 4 members untouched, flashing over the wall, not quite able to hit the right one. Rim and Rise, the only ones remaining. So important to deny the shove, deny the inhibitor being taken, but the Elder is alive.
Yeah, and all thanks in this fight to the Poppy, who got rid of the Rise with such a terrifying machine gun who can melt through anyone on the side of LG Evo. The fact he was not in the fight, and Wyong managed to get in time into the fight, who was sitting in the side lane, which sparked the fact that this Jax was so confident in starting off this fight. He had the Zhonya's, he had the protection, to think I can start the fight. 4-, however, gets blown up before the Sonya come down, and with the Elder in the pocket and the Baron on the map, surely that is enough to close out this game. But it's not going to come without a fight. And
that might
back
be
on the
deja
map
vu.
right now.
It is right now. What I'm seeing is deja vu. We've seen the Soul taken out, followed by the Baron. We're now seeing the Elder Drake, just a bit of an upgrade, followed by a Baron. Who's going to be able to stop them? We've seen this moment before. Does Rakan got what it takes to stop this 5-man pressure? Or is this
they have the
it
resources
for Minus? Minus Esports looking for a positive, not a negative in this skirmish. This push, as the tower is now being taken out, he's looking for a flank in the background. Rakan is yet to find an opportunity, but it may be too late. He's just going to be keep a verdict by none other but the Poppy. Ambessa, great route onto the Xayah, but it's not enough. The Hourglass is going to keep you alive for a minute. Not until the rest of the team has arrived.
Oh, the jump again!
She's doing so much in the background, and nobody's able to match her. And the front line is just stopping so much damage, but isn't enough. Can Kai'Sa do it? No, they don't worry about the Kai'Sa. They worry about their base, which is standing strong, but not for Minus Esports. Rim was able to get the killer instinct, but nobody is gonna be able to take him out. Never mind, because the Nexus and LG Evo find their first win of today's Open Qualifiers.
Oh, what a hard-fought victory it was. My God, for a moment, I thought Jeep had it once again with another walker, but the fact that Wayang managed to stay out of it and burn through that front line, the damage used were not enough, and the combination of the Baron buff and the Elder buff was enough in the end to pull it across the line. But my lord, they made us sweat for it.
Oh, they sweated for it. I'm sweating. Do you know the amount of back and forths that we've seen in a game which was so looking like it was going to end after the initial Baron was taken, but then the comeback for Minus Esports, almost having what it takes, but they just didn't have that mid lane push. There was still 2 towers standing in their way and an inhibitor, which just wasn't enough. Wow.
I think let's not wait any longer. We have Yuri laying in wait, who he was ready to talk with us.
Let's do it.
About what has just transpired on the stream in their second match. And as Yuri is being moved to the room we have set up here, we can start to interrogate what was almost a disastrous turn of events for LG.
Yuri, welcome, brother. After a absolute explosive game, you are now finding yourself looking at a victory screen. How do we feel in this very moment?
I think it feels really good. Kind of was not the game we expected. We almost threw it, but in the end, we saw the victory screen. We saw the blue screen, so we're happy, right? So
and that's all that matters.
Yeah, that's all that matters.
And just for the people that are not that haven't been there since moment 1, Yuri, who are you?
I'm the jungler from the from LG Evo team.
And I'm just going to say it. There were some high highs and there were some darn low lows. What was going? I need to know, what were the comms like when you have Baron? You are looking to end the game. A single misstep is all that is needed from the side of Minus. But 30 seconds later, you are aced, and they are, honestly, if they manage their wave a little better, they could have been threatening an end. What are the comms like?
I mean, it was like really weird because we were at Baron, so we're like, and our Nivea was really strong, so like, well, I have Ag, I'll just walk forward, I'll tank them. When they go in, we fight. We want the top lane to like fight into us. So then the fight started, and
then it ended.
and it insta ended. It was really fast, and it didn't end the way we expected it to. So I was like, oh, So then we started a bit of sweating, but we saw they saw 2 towers. There were 4 people, but I mean, me and Leona were both coming up. So I think if they could have started, maybe take some towers, maybe. But I think we could have defended it still. But yeah, well, when that happened,
the
the
wave was
sweat
very thin.
started rolling.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the
Well-
momentum was on their side, and
It was.
holy, can I ask about draft for a second? Because
Okay.
the moment Mbessa was locked, I had the poppy in my head, and then when you lock the Rakan, I'm like, oh my god, what if Minus now takes the poppy? Was there any thought given to that? And without giving too much away, of course, were you afraid of them picking the poppy away from you?
Oh, not necessarily, because we knew their ambassador was either going top or jungle, and
Yes.
so that's why we insta picked Renekton and Wukong. We were like both
Mhm.
comfortable playing it into whatever it got. Then I think they picked the Rise as well, and let's see. So and then what did they pick? Rise Kaisa, and then we had like I think the Anivia is a good pick here. So we just picked Anivia, ban like their engage supports because that's what they mainly needed, and we
Yeah,
knew we wanted to
and what they
play.
were kind of lacking in this game as well, right? The Rakan so squishy
Yeah,
tiny
yeah,
early in the fights.
yeah, exactly. And then we picked Zaya. Well, they picked away Rakan, which was I mean kind of sad, but it's not like it wasn't really devastating. We had some counter picks ready if they picked Rakan, and even if they picked Poppy, I don't think it would really stress us out. I think we had some picks ready to like counter it as well. But
Yeah. It
Yeah,
showed up.
I mean, you kind of had to because I'm just going to say it. Poppy saved your game in
Yeah.
it did.
that team fight
first
where she
gank,
gets rid
even.
of the Rise. I mean, the first gank as well, right?
Right.
But that final team fight, if that Rise gets to free fire, that would have been a well. We might have been looking at a different screen right now, but that is not what happened.
Definitely. But
Now-
we had faith. We had faith in our team.
Yes.
So yeah.
And
Definitely. And
you
as
leaped into
pseudo
it.
captain, Yuri, as pseudo captain, now everyone is important in a team, in a lineup, definitely. But I mean, I feel like as a jungler, you are kind of like a voice that has to be a little bit more decisive. Now, going into the next match, what will you be telling your teammates for round number 3 to make sure that you are entering chill, calm, and relaxed, so you can perform to your optimum ability?
I mean, mainly. I mean, I think the early game we played well, right? This overall, I don't see this. Look back at this game as a bad game. I think we have just had some bad moments.
Yeah.
So I think if we fix those moments, play the same, I'm really confident with my team as well. And of course, the most important thing is just to like keep calm, keep enjoying yourself. Like, this was really enjoyable game.
Great answer.
And yeah, and of
Yeah.
course we have Bardo on our team who's really helping out with the calls. So I feel really
Yes.
confident there.
Very important. And
That is-
that couldn't have been a better answer. If I was ever in your shoes and asked such a opening and question that gives away a lot, I'll probably just spill the beans. I'll say every single secret my team has ever prepared for, but that was a very good political one, so we're going to stick with it. I mean, we do need to keep the Anivia conversation away from whoever may be watching, because if that's banned away in a best of one, do we have another control mage that we're going to be sticking in that mid lane? I mean, at the end of the day, that's for you to decide. Yuri, what a game to come back into this entire open qualifiers for
Thank you.
today. Round 2 is yours. You still got 3 to go. So all the best of luck to you and your team. Keep at it, as we will be watching in your next game as well.
Ooh. Okay.
Beautifully
Thank you very much,
done.
guys.
Thank you for joining us, Yuri. All the best. Don't want to keep you away from your
Yeah,
team
best
for
of luck,
too
bud.
long. Good luck.
Thank you.
What a guy. What an absolute
and-
menace. Wow.
Just a bit of an insight, and I think it's very important to when you look at behind of a game, even when you slip up in the way that they did, you played a wonderful early game. I think you really outplayed your opponents,
Yes.
and yeah, you misstep in these kind of clutch moments where Minus gets to play on their power spikes, but you clutch it, You do it as a team, and the most important thing, you secure that win. You get yourself to that one-on-one scoreline, and you have a whole remaining day to be fighting for your ticket to day 2.
It's so important. And wow, okay. So after all of that, it was the result that we was kind of seeing marinate itself into existence at the start of that game. A little bit of a knock up in the middle, and then just following through with a deja vu Baron and getting that team fight. Rakan couldn't find the engage in the end, despite the Kai'Sa Rim just going in and spraying away. It was too far behind. Nothing could have been done in that moment, especially with the Elder Drake. And we are now finding ourselves at the next step into this open qualifiers for Benelux Ascend series. As we speak, we're going to get ourselves ready and patiently awaiting the next round 3 tournament invite from, once again, LG
I need
Evo.
a break. Holy.
Yes. We're going to do that now. So stay tuned. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are once again here, and we're ready for round 3. We're not only ready to get into round 3, I mean it. We've switched up a little bit, me and Bandit, and we've gone with Fuse Esports right now, going into Corvus Gaming as we speak. They've already completed their entire draft. You can see it right in front of you, and we're 1 minute away from the game itself. Let's get into it, man.
We should get into it. If you provide me with video as well,
Yes, absolutely.
then I'll be fully up to date. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing why we took a little detour. Both of these teams are currently sitting 2-0. Now, when you are hitting 3 wins, you're not 100% locked, but I feel like you're 99.9% locked for day 2.
Yes.
Top 8 moves on to day 2. So whichever one of these teams wins, I'm willing to say that they are qualified for day 2. That is a Bandit guarantee.
This is a big game. This is a big game.
There is a lot on the line because, you know, we have seen it happen at Worlds as well. 2-0 is comfortable, but you're not there yet. You can definitely still find your way to the bottom rather quickly. G2. G2. And man, what a disastrous turn of events that would be. Now, however, I think we saw Fuse in game 1, and they were looking monstrous.
20
but
seconds
they will
out.
be facing... Sorry,
20 seconds out before the game.
Ooh.
Let's go.
They are facing the biggest competition just yet. 2 undefeated teams. Winner moves on to tomorrow. Loser is going to have to try their hand again. Dom, are you ready to watch?
I'm so ready right now.
I'm
And
just going to call it our mid-season finale.
and that's what it is.
Season hasn't even started yet, and we're already having a mid-season finale.
And that's exactly what it is. The game is already started. The players are running into their respective lanes. We have an explosive game in front of us. Fuse on the blue side and Corvus on the red side. There is some more tanky top laners this time round. Cho'Gath and the Ornn on the Corvus end. And of course, we got an explosive Aphelios into an Ezreal Karma. So a little bit safer, but the Rakan is going to make sure that the Aphelios himself is feeling up to the task. Scaling on the rise, and Diana with the explosiveness. We got the Jace. We got the Swain. Let's jump right into the game.
Oh man, and I am sweating currently for Fuse because this draft looks really, really scary. With the Karma to get the Swain in, to back up the Diana, and Diana has been monstrous in the jungle. I'm not even ready to start talking about Jace jungle just yet. You're gonna have to enlighten me on that one. But Diana jungle is quick, and she goes tanky, and then she becomes this engage mage that can still auto attack you down to death, and you just can't chunk her down. Her shields keep popping and coming up, and with the backup of Karma, I feel like this can be a very, very scary death ball if allowed to find a 5v5 team fight. And with Ryze and Jace in the mix, I'm not too sure if Fuse is looking to give them so many big death ball team fights.
And Fuse Esports are my boys. I'm so excited to see them right now 2-0 up in this entire qualifiers. This might be their 3rd win and no losses. But Corvus Gaming is on the red side, and they're also 2-0 up and looking for their 3rd win. So one of these teams, of course, is going to lose for the first time today. And just a shameless plug again, just in case you're joining, I am, in fact, a proud owner of Fuse Esports as the organization founder, and they are representing us to their limits right now.
To light the other side of the medal, will it maybe be Corvus that will be owning Fuse very soon?
Oh no, don't say that, please. Well, nobody's gonna be owning nobody because this is a friendly match. Nothing is at stake. Psych! We got everything at stake, and it's so important that either of these teams win because, of course, it will put you into tomorrow's Day 2 Open qualifiers almost as a Bandit guaranteed.
Now, I think we're already seeing some
Very
mining
heavy.
issue as we're going ham in the bot lane.
They are not slowing down, and neither is the Diana. Now Corvus is
Cavalry's
looking
here,
for their
boys.
first gank. Unless Fuse can respect this with the none other but Mantra Tether, it's going to connect. Mikano's in trouble, but there's not enough follow-up damage, and it's just 2 tower shots that the Lord on the Diana is going to be backing away from.
Yeah, it is a first gank. It's just getting the barrier and the heal. It's a nice little pop-off, but nothing too valuable. Not getting the full... Not a full home run. However, we're already getting some deja vu in the top lane. Look at what's happening. Ornn is solo, stuck under tower, and is so far behind. Already almost 2 full waves behind. Double flash invested. Now, an Ornn without flash is so susceptible to being ganked. However, the Cho'Gath has 2, and Diana is laying in wait with a blaster.
Grand entrance onto just the support, squeezing themselves out of one another's momentum. And in the top side, that is very important. So a reset is going to come through, and a TP, which Ornn has opted in for, as well as the Cho'Gath. And therefore, each time they use this, once they've got their champion quest, they will get a very bulky shield in these team fights, which is great to see, especially on such great frontliners. Going back to Bloopy's Jace in the jungle, hitting the acceleration gate cannon blast. In the end, Mel on this Ezreal is going to have to just bide his time before the Karma comes around and supports him a little bit more. But that's what realistically the Jace offers, right? He's always there to secure those kills if somebody's low enough with the acceleration gate combo. But unless they're not, he's just looking to roll it out. In the top side, just brawling away between the 2 tanks.
Yeah, just sitting in easy. And with Jace pathing towards the top side and being stuck under tower, you might be a little worried. However, the rejuvenation bead might come in clutch and keeping this Ornn a little top. Little bit more. Now, Mikano, sitting on the Aphelios will be absolutely key in these team fights of cutting through Diana, cutting through the Ornn. However, I feel like when you're fighting, moving back over and over and over again, is there enough there for Fuse to keep these damage dealers safe? Because a lot of it is going to come down onto the shoulders of the Aphelios, of the Rise. And I'm not sure how the Jace fits into that composition. It's like they're trying to tell me 2 different stories.
Yeah, many stories are being told, and which one's going to become true? Because right now, we live in fairyland. Which one is going to take it from fantasy and deliver on what could be a moment in history for one of these teams? Of course, the Dragon in the end was uncontestedly taken and given the Diana level 6 off of that pickup. Level 6 is yet to come through for the Jace as he's about to approach his 3rd, I believe, clear, unless this is his 2nd. So he's just a smidge behind in the end as a jungler. But in the end, there's a lot of scaling on both teams here, Bandit. There's so much that we are yet to witness.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, both in the scaling department. And have you seen this Jace jungle before? Can you enlighten me on what the game plan on that is?
Yes, I have. I'm going to have to pause that thought as True Shot Barrage is going to take down Mikano very low. Nice little battle dance to keep Mikano a little bit healthier than not. Good amount of punishment coming out. So, Jace jungle. How shall we say it? Acceleration Gate offers a very good gank. Not only are you following through with a very quick gank, but also with a lot of damage. In the mid lane, apparently, is where the Spectator is going to take us in the end. Fires is in trouble, but that takes him just over an edge. Flash coming out from the Swain up in the top side. The Cho'Gath is coming and going back into none other but No Man's Land in his own base. That's a first blood picked up by Corvus Gaming.
Yeah, and it doesn't take long before the Crows are feasting in this match upon the corpses laid astray by Fuse. Not only feeling the pressure in top, but in the bottom lane getting out with their lives as Bloopy was trying to rectify some of the injustice enacted upon them in the top lane.
Yes, they had to rotate somewhere, match it on the other side of the map, and that's exactly what they did. And it's going over to none other but the Diana. Diana is going to be very oppressive into such a squishy frontline. I say frontline, I don't mean the Cho'Gath. Everything else, yes. So that Moonfall is definitely a scary ability to snowball into.
On the grubs.
They do,
They're
in fact.
to move first.
And Karma's just around the corner. They get their first 2, and the first 2 is what offers you that passive for the little voidlings to be spawning and hitting the towers. So they do get all 3 of them in the end. No contesting there. They're going to be trading the objectives.
And, I mean, we haven't seen too many games in the new season yet, but I do like prioritizing the grubs. Now that plates are on for so much longer, the extra damage on the towers becomes a lot more meaningful when you, even in the mid game, you still get to cash in on that objective, so to speak. So trading it for an early dragon, I don't mind that one single bit.
Quick soaring charge onto the Cho'Gath. There's going to be a lot of time that we'll be spending up in the top side, especially in the early stage of the game, because these guys have HP to trade with, and the spectator tool is going to make sure we're not missing anything. But the bigger plays, the ones that really do matter, are going to be sitting around in the lower stages of this map, where no tanks have to be worried about too much time going in not their advantage.
Look at the inventory of Ezreal right now. Mei sitting on the call.
Yes.
Really kind of showcasing to us, I am here to chill. And that is what I'll be doing. And
That's
actually, the Tucson Rush will be scouting out Jace.
They are looking for a gank both lanes, and Diana is going to give a decent amount of damage onto the Realm Warped. But in the top side, look, Bingo is very, very far away from being safe at this point in the game. Great amount of Rupture stopping him in his way. The Ornn does still have to chase. Nobody's going to go down in that avenue, and neither is the Rise.
And when you look at that, even dodging out on the Eye of Noxus popping up there, the fact that Ornn had to chase down the Cho'Gath there, invested his flash, invested everything, and still missed out on the minions, didn't get the kill, that's quite disastrous. Especially when the Cho'Gath right now, right, can just walk back to lane. I think it's still not crashing, only now starting to hit the tower. Will be able to catch most of that, despite all the heavy investments from Corvids to equalize this top lane. These top laners are not on the same level.
No, and as of right now, the only thing that this Ornn gets out of that entire trade is 2 tower plates. And as we look, it looks like there's about 3 that have been picked up across the board for Fuse, and about 3 also for Corvus Gaming. So they're just trying to stack up the damage as Diana's now in trouble. Grand entrance, looking for the quickness and gonna be making sure that the Lord is now half HP in this team fight. They're gonna have to de-escalate this one as Fuse is not slowing down. As a 5-man team, they will ensure this dragon belongs to them, with Trusha Barrage just giving them a bit more vision on the Corvus end as the Rapture and the Grand Entrance does connect onto the Demonic Ascension. He's going to be able to heal up quite a lot. The Lord does hit the Moon Fall, and they're able to do a lot of damage. Tires are down, but Mel is untouched. Mel needs to be controlled in this team fight unless you're looking to have your first ace as a team. Blue P's going to go through the acceleration gate. Mel's not quite done. There's that flash just to make sure no ace comes through. Dragon has been picked up, but at what cost?
Yeah, the fact that Diana gets to absolutely wreak havoc upon the backline of Fuse is proving quite disastrous.
Flash is in, but the bush gives just enough focus. But no!
No!
Not like this! We've seen it! Blue P just doesn't get the full extension of the blast cone. I've gone red.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, Dom.
Oh,
but it did happen right in front of my eyes.
Punishment. This is what we like to see. Zeph and the Rise Realm Warp. They're going to ensure that Blue P is avenged. And with this grand entrance, they can maybe give enough time for Thias to catch up, to give this kill over.
Look at the mid lane.
Yes.
He's losing so...
Wow.
He doesn't have the Realm Warp to catch his wave. It was a cannon wave as well. Man, that is painful. Not only, you know, for your mental well-being and blast coning yourself into your own doom.
Yes.
But also the fact that your mid laner is suffering right now and had to invest the Realm Warp. The only good thing here right now is the fact that you are having You're keeping up a little bit, only 2k behind. Not exactly where you want to be, but you're keeping up in Drake. So you're buying yourself time, so you don't have to forcibly contest them if you do not want to later on in the game.
But the champion quest, that's also something that you're missing out on, because it gains about 1 point every 9 seconds out of lane, but 8 points every 8 seconds in lane. That's a lot of points. That Thias on this Rise just had to give up on that chase. He does get the kill in the end. He's now going to reset. He's got the TP if he wants to use it. Doesn't have to, because Swain is also resetting in the end. And the game's just taken a bit of a pause, as the next time we'll be seeing a bit of action will be around potentially this Herald, which is only a minute away from spawning.
Yeah, and that is exactly where you want to be right now. As Fuse, you want to stabilize. You want to keep yourself in the game and stop the bleeding. Stop these losses, these deficits from accruing
Demonic
even more.
Ascension, the Lord does have his ultimate ready up in the top side. We do have another gank as well. Rise gets out fine, but I can't say the same for the Soaring Charge double knock-up. Ornn, who's going to go down in the bot lane. Great tether. Never mind, that's not even yours. So it's going to take you out. Aphelios Mecano gets his first kill of the game.
Well, and that is exactly what you're looking for. Now also getting the pick onto the Swain.
Wow, that's a flash. That's very important, especially just before this Herald is spawning. Now Thias is able to just to dish out some more damage onto Journey, as he is able to also find his own space within that trade. Diana's just around the corner, and I'm actually a little bit terrified for the Shogath. He's scaling.
Yeah, and I think when you look at what the Swain just did in mid lane, it's actually really disastrous for the Herald. Because not only did it cost him his flash, he also invested his ultimate. Yes. And the fact that they are not only missing out on tempo right now, they can't be the first ones on the objective, but they gave the gold over to have these fights be a lot more equal. This is the way back for Fuse. And if they can claw themselves back from a minor deficit like this, it really goes to show how well equipped they are to not only play from ahead, close out a large lead, but also keep themselves in the game when they are playing from a deficit.
Yes. Yes, so very important. It's just looking for those advantages where if you've not had the best of times in between those skirmishes, is it going to result in none other but an objective? And it does in fact get the... Oh, hold on a minute. We got Rise now in trouble, looking maybe to flash away from something. He does have it. He's going to use it. The Realm Warp, not going to be enough. He gets CC'd straight away by the Moonfall from Diana, goes down in the end.
Yeah, and that is a costly kill given over, because you're not only giving away the experience and the gold, also losing out on the minion waves.
Hold on a minute. That's a very good engage onto the blue P. He's going to be able to just bounce Johnny out of his way with the hammer. He's fine. He's just going to get out. But look at the waves. They're already down to only 2 melees, and this Swain is going to have much easier time to push out this entire wave where Rise has to TP into to not miss out on even more farm.
Fun little fact, all the waves are down to 2 melees. That is what we're spawning with nowadays.
It's a bit of a interesting time in League of Legends, shall we say.
Alright, Cinders are coming through. That is another Drake being picked up and not getting a whole lot in return for it across the map. And I think that the cracks in the draft of Fuse are kind of starting to be exploited just a little bit.
Oh, take it back and notch Bandit, please.
The Jace is simply not making the impact that we wanted to see. I think the main point of hope for Fuse currently is the fact who is going to deal with this Cho'Gath, because Justin Ezreal might struggle quite tremendously to bring down a beast of this caliber.
Yes, and he's just having the best time of his life. Look, Bingo on this Cho'Gath in the top lane. Of course, now forcing the flash out of the Swain as well, but they get the charge onto the tower. So far, we had 2 Drakes match. Never mind, we got a gag. The TP, very well done from Luke Bingo. And that's a big lizard showing up in a place you do not want to be tower diving.
Yeah, and look how the plays have shifted, right? They went from 4 to 16.
Oh my god.
While just giving 3 away. And that is the power of these grubs.
That is absolutely gigantic amount of gold and make that 17 and another tower taken out. Where the Cho'Gath goes, the towers fall down. Right now, this is definitely looking like the Void Grubs that haven't picked up 3 of them, as well as the Herald, traded for the 2 Dragons, which is going to be the late game scenario for the side of Corvus Gaming. The early game, Fuse,
Yeah, the 2 dragons.
they're doing
2
okay.
dragons are fine. 2 dragons are fine, but because they managed to snatch away the Cloud Dragon, they are not in problematic
Yes.
territory just yet. You know, if they were looking down to Soul Point right now, I think it would be a completely different game. But they are not. They bought themselves plenty of time, and they are slowly splitting up Corvids just that little bit. Like we said, they are not allowing these big 5v5 team fights to happen. When they do happen,
Yeah.
they are definitely going the way of Corvus, as we saw the Diana when she finds that angle. Very, very scary, especially with 2 items fully completed now. However, if you can just play the side lanes like this, punish Corvids when they are at their weakest,
Oh my.
you have a good shot.
Is that just like 1/4 of his HP on the Swain? Grand Entrance going to be Arcane shifted away. And top side, we do have the Blast Cone engaged. Nice root coming out from the Rise in the mid lane. We do have another Grand Entrance followed by the Quickness, but that's a 2v3. In the end, the top side is where the eyes are going to be lying on. Acceleration gauge just to give Blue Peel a little bit more time to escape the Soaring Charge. He's going to take out the Ornn with it. Nobody goes down in the mid lane. And a nice little pickup for Fuse.
It's exactly the stuff they're looking
Rapture.
for. And if
But
they
he's
can
got
punish
Feast.
the Lord
He's
as
just gonna
well.
eat him alive. Is he gonna be able to? Maybe perhaps not with the Mantra shield coming through. Rapture is missing, but he doesn't care. Look, Bingo is looking for the Rapture again in the backline. He hits it with the flash. Now, 3 members are still on him. This time round, Rakan has joined in to
tickling him.
perhaps give him a little bit more time to do something about it. But look, Bingo is still alive and goes down in the end for a 1-for-1 trade.
But this is what I was saying. They struggle so much to take down Cho'Gath. That was 4 of them. 4 of them took like 2 to 3 business days. to
Okay,
take down
that's a
the single
Mikado flash
Cho'Gath.
over. The wall misses the Moonlight Vigil in the end. So I'm going to pipe down a little bit because that looked exciting. But the Arcane shift in the end saves the day. The tower does go down.
Yeah, and with just 8 minutes, I think Fuse are looking for these resets, get themselves topped up, and kit it out with the latest and greatest in Summoner's Rift shop technology. Ooh. If you manage to stop that base, that could have been very, very disastrous indeed. Not the case. Right now, Bloopy is getting some extra damage under his belt with a
He's
shutdown.
a little bit ahead on the gold as well, which is okay,
A
right?
little bit ahead on the gold, true. Yeah, just the 700 here.
But
And
look at everybody. Everybody's just
it's gonna
very
have to
close.
translate. It's gonna have to translate to a team fight.
Yes.
And I feel with everyone barreling down.
Might be it. Moonfall does enter
the realm warp.
vicinity of Thias, but apparently he's as tanky as the Cho'Gath. He walks it out. That area that we've witnessed 2 fights now from Corvus Gaming, they're just not doing enough splash and instant damage that they would like to. And with the dragon now coming up, Fuse has control.
Yeah, and with the way the waves are positioned, it is Corvids that have to answer the waves first before they can come to the dragon.
Indeed.
That is a pick on the Ornn, but that's a very tanky boy.
That was a great bellow breath and does take him out into safety, and he is now being ticked down as a tank.
He's half HP.
He has to match this Cho'Gath. He's already got half
There's
HP.
very little choke line. There's very little front line. He has the teleport available, but if they start the fight right now...
That could be a great TP. Remember, it does give you a massive shield, but he's still recoiling. He's still not quite around, and there it is. He's going to go
that's
right
deep.
in.
That's
This is
very deep.
He's going to get a massive shield out of this one, and he's not wasting any time. Flashing right onto the Mechano, but is there enough follow-up? No, because it's silenced. Great amount of damage from Ludwig. Onto the Diana. She's not able to
down,
do anything. Now, the great Rapture on to the Ezreal in the backline. Thias is untouched. Now, look, Bingo on this Cho'Gath is able to maybe survive for a little bit longer.
He's gonna walk out.
But he might just, maybe not. It doesn't matter.
maybe
They
not.
found the kills on both sides. This is a 2-for-2. Very square in the end.
Yeah, very
They're not
square,
even done
but
yet. They're looking for another engage at Thias. Is looking for the backline Grand Entrance on a very low Rakan. He might just flash away from danger, not until he's taken out. Bloopy also, and that's a story that has been told twice now. They're going to be taken out bit too aggressive on that engage in the end. Gives an ace to Corvus Gaming.
Yeah, Fuse overestimating the damage that their Ryze can put out in that scenario, or maybe underestimating the life-saving capabilities of Karma that are coming in clutch. Now, very important, in that team fight, Aphelios, invisible, deleted in the very first phase of that fight. And then you are starting to notice that is 50% of Fuse's damage. That is just being wiped out. And Ryze alone cannot pick up the slack just yet in comparison to the Swain, who is up 1,200 gold, but it cost them a lot. That were a lot of flashes invested to take down Aphelios. Now, in the next fight, he will have that back. He might even have his barrier, and if they can keep him alive, the next fight might be a lot more disastrous. However, now my eyes are not wandering anymore to the Ornn, who can flash engage, but to Diana with the Moonfall together. That is a lot of damage, and you're not shaking it off, because even flashing out of there, she will just dash to you once again. Very sticky champion.
Very much so. And it's actually interesting to see that so much commitment from Fuse went over to the objectives that allow them to take out more tower plates. But looking at this game right now, they're only 2 apart. So perhaps involving themselves. Hold on a minute. Their flank is coming through. Ezra is so low already. Mel is going to go down. That's beautiful. That's exactly what they needed. Baron is up. Exactly. Are they going to be able to take it out? Rakan is just going to make sure that Swain is not going to be following through. Can they do this 3v5, Bandit? Do they have what it takes?
I feel like you have to at least slow them down. And the longer they are on the Baron, the trickier it gets, because those resistances get shred infinitely. So they really can't waste any time.
He's going to walk out of it just fine. Rupture not going to hit the target in the end, as the Baron, of course, is being started.
Oh, here's the flank, though.
None other but the Rakan finding the target. The Demonic Ascension is going to be deleted. Feasted away. Mikano's still alive. None other but his teammate were able to save him, and Diana goes down. That is a Baron.
And I will say, it is so clutch. They are not keeping track of where that Rakan was hiding and plotting. And the moment Swain is up against it all by himself, he evaporates to the damage profile wielded by Fuse. As long as Mikano and Thais are fighting,
what do we have here? This is a position that you don't really want to be sticking around for too long in. Do we have a bit of revenge coming
but they gotta
from
be careful.
Fuse? They
don't have damage anymore. There's no Aphelios, there's no Ryze. So all they can do is look at them very mean. Get out of here. And that's exactly what they're doing.
And it's a great pickup, because that's a Baron Ryze that is no longer going to be able to go into the side lanes, try and get a few more Tower Rust pickups. And there's a few of them in the mid lane, the bot lane. That's something that might just slow down the game a little bit. So a great pickup on the side of Corvus Gaming.
Yeah, and I think it's all about wave management currently. Right, they are kind of struggling a little bit to get these waves of minions Baron empowered, and we have yet to see Fuse take advantage of their Baron buffs in a spectacular fashion. And actually, it is Corvids who are pushing in the waves.
There it is. Okay, well, Ryze is going to be around the corner just to get himself all of that sweet, sweet old money, and he's going to be very happy to do so, because he does scale alongside this Cho'Gath. He's already got all of those 10 stacks of the Rod of Ages, and looking for none other but a Lost Chapter item. We'll find out in a moment or two exactly what that might be. Here in the mid lane, just look at the amount of Tower Rust on this tower. That's just one tap, and it gives you so much damage. In the bot lane, it will happen, and I'm waiting for it. I'm going to be very satisfied. Woo! Look at that.
I love that change. A big chunk coming through, and Ornn is
a lot of damage
coming down though. So Fuse have to be mindful and keep their awareness of their flanks and how they can be collapsed upon very, very high, because the lead they have is significant, but it can be turned around.
Between the team as the tower plates are now stacking.
Ornn on the flank.
28.
Ornn on the flank, but I think he's spotted out. Fuse are at least reacting to it quite consciously. So I think he might have been spotted on some vision as he made his way down. And then suddenly that is quite a large time investment made by Ornn that doesn't really manifest in anything now, does it? He just wasted like
Mhm.
1.5 minutes of waddling down and then being, all right, well, good meeting you.
Nice route. Nice grand entrance. Going to be bellow breathed away, but it's not going to matter. The inevitable has arrived in the end for the Ornn in this regard. He goes down. It doesn't quite feel like Thanos in this game, but he's still got time to scale. He's looking for a Rapture on the Cho'Gath. Doesn't quite find it, but it doesn't matter. The Blast Cone, as a team, they will get away just fine, and they are still there and trying to stop this mid lane push.
Yeah, I mean, they are
Great.
scattering.
Not so great.
I mean, they have to scutter away as the Infernal Drake spawns and is looking to be gobbled up by
Oh my.
Fuse. Dealer will be kept at bay and
Okay.
taken down. And that for
Alright.
sure has to mean the Infernal Dragon will be going the way of Fuse. No cheeky steals, no secret Infernal Soul comeback just yet.
Meccano. Oh my, he's not slowing down. He's acting like this Cho'Gath right now. He's got all the confidence he needs, walking right into 2-3 members. Ezreal was already out. Can't say the same for this Hourglass Swain, who's now gonna get a 2v1 in his face and a hammer into the
standing.
face of the Karma up in the top side.
And now they just have to keep the Swain busy,
Oh.
as they will be dealing with the Rakan.
Synergy. Oh, okay, that's not as much damage as I was predicting from that Mercury acceleration gate in the end. It's gonna be fine, and they are just still looking for Meccano to dish out the damage that he's so designed at a 30-minute game as an Aphelios to do.
And I think that is the key part of this composition. Meccano on the Aphelios is everything.
Yes.
Without him, they are really struggling to cut through the Swain. They are really struggling to burst down Mel. Maybe we should stop referring to Ezreal as Mel. That might be a bit confusing.
Yeah, I called it out a
But
few times, and I had to follow through with the champion name. I was like, ah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. No, it's like, it's a tricky position to be in
Yeah.
right now, because with Baron spawning in just a minute, it is up to Corvids to find a way back. 4 to 5k down, 5k down currently, is quite a hill to climb.
Question
and I
is,
still don't see any answer to the Cho'Gath.
neither do I, actually. But question, that's still brewing up my mind. Do you think Mel had a copyright of this name before the champion came out, or do you think it happened after the champ came out and he's no longer able to
Do you
copyright
think
his
he's
name? Right?
cosplaying?
Maybe this is a Nico. Maybe this is what we're looking at. But there's a lot of damage that's coming through from a very long distance. So I'd probably say this is most likely the Ezreal missing a lot of these cosmic shots as the Cho'Gath is not quite finding his target. Rapture onto the Swain. Now the rest of the team is going to
that's a
follow
big
through.
throw.
But the Demonic Ascension is going to keep him alive. But into the background, they're going to stop
yes.
everybody. Moonlight. Vigil doing so much damage from Meccano. He's still alive. He's fine. And he's knocking them down with the Cho'Gath, who started it all in the backline. They find their kills. They're finding most likely their race. And if they don't, this base is going down.
Yeah, it is all that is left for Corvus a base, but it doesn't stand a chance against a 5-man deathball of Fuse that is looking to secure their day 2.
What a way to show up. And I don't know if I've been blessed by the League of Legend gods, but I'll take it on board. Very much so, with a happy face and a smile to wear on it. Because this game is Fuse winning their third game in round 3. They're yet to show up in round 4.
Man, an undefeated streak. And look, they're not done just yet. They'll have 2 more rounds, but I think they can confidently say we're in day 2 now, and every win that we snatch up right now just improves our seeding for tomorrow, makes the next day just that little bit easier. And the way with things that things have been going, I would be scared to face Fuse, because that early game was not clean. They were quite behind.
That's a very good point.
And getting back from 2K is definitely not impossible, very doable, as they just showed. But this meta,
Wow.
I have not seen many comebacks, not even from 2K.
Wow.
Well, except the other game we saw today against Evo.
But they
maybe I'm
yes,
just wrong on this
they
one.
did do that. they did do that. But to back your point, I will do that. They were ahead to start the game off, right? And then they fell back a little bit, and then they claimed back their aheadness, if that's even a sentence. But Fuse
It sure is now.
was behind the entire time up until these team fights started to just slowly going their way. And best of one drafts, they just work wonderfully if you can execute it just like they did with this Cho'Gath up in the top side. He's able to team fight 3 members as the other 2 are being focused by Rakan. A beautiful 2-man Grand Entrance Rakan followed by the Moonlight Vigil from the Aphelios Meccano in the end to just seal the deal and push themselves through to their 3rd win.
I think it just really goes to show there hasn't been an answer yet to this double threat damage from both Meccano and Luke Bingo, right? Because in all the games that we've seen, both of them end up ahead. And they are the ones who get it done. If not in damage, then in just pure frontline chaos. Making sure that that death ball that Corvid so prioritized in getting done, that was not allowed. Constantly Cho'Gath walking up as a wedge, splitting them in half, and not allowing a front-to-back team fight to happen.
Wow. I mean, I'm very much so on cloud 9 right now. And I don't know if we can get any higher than that. But I want to compose myself. Anything can happen. I'm just really happy to see a good performance coming out of this entire roster. They've been very hard at work. So I'm a proud man right now. So thank you so much for doing us proud. Anybody else that's watching, I see you, Water, in the chat, our substitute in the support role. And of course, Emil, absolutely just having the right engages. This Rakan today, from not only LG Evo, yes, Minus Esports didn't get that win, but Rakan right now is looking very strong as a champion.
Yeah, I mean, not only in lane, but also the fact that they can roam so swiftly, cheat tempo by jumping over these walls. It's just set up for a lot of skirmishing and can keep up both late and early game. So really the full package. The only thing that you're lacking maybe a tad is that frontlining potential, but that is what is covered by a Cho'Gath, by a K'Sante, by an Ornn, or a Sion,
and
for
so
instance,
much
right?
CC, right? Who needs to be a front
the chains
line
were landing over and over
if nobody's moving? So it's beautiful. It's absolutely amazing. Corvus Gaming now taking themselves to a 2-1 scenario, about to go into the other teams that are in the same avenue. We have just commenced. We're commencing onto round 4. Round 3 has completed, and we'll find out exactly who will be watching tonight. It's most likely going to be Bandy. Shall I introduce the next round right now? What do you reckon, brother? Or, because
if you have them, I mean, maybe announce and then quick little break. Let them simmer in the hype, and then when we get back, we can come back swinging.
That's it. Let's do that. So let us prepare for exactly that. Thank you so much for tuning in and having the patience in between these games and the pauses. We'll be right back and commence onto round 4. Welcome back. We're once again here, you are gracing us with your presence, let me tell you that much. Everybody, I hope you're having the best of times and days right now. This is round 4. Round 4, where none other but LG Evo will be playing up against MGI. Icebar on the blue side and LG Evo on the red side. Let's take
Some familiar
ourselves
faces.
into it. Yeah, definitely. This
Some
is gonna
familiar
be
faces.
exciting.
From people who have been here since the very start of today. They'll remember both MGI and Evo, as MGI was facing off against Fuse in round 1, and Evo clutching the win against Minus in round 2. Now, I feel that despite these teams both being 1-2 and are fighting to stay in the running to move on to day 2, which requires 3 wins, I feel like MGI put up a good showing. I really like that they had a game plan, they executed
Great
on it,
draft.
and they didn't give up until the very, very end. And what is the thing we saw from Evo? Great laning phases, but struggling a little bit in these more coordinated moments, the exact moments where MGI was shining. So this might be a very, very closely contested match, as I think MGI might be preying on the exact vulnerabilities that Evo has.
Yes, and this is a do or die situation, which is exactly why it's so exciting for us to cast it for both of these teams. One is losing out on a spot tomorrow, most likely, is what I want to put. And that's, as far as it goes when it comes to the stakes, is as high as it goes as well. So in this best of 1 draft, everything is on the line. MGI on the blue side, they do have that first pick, but they do need to deal with the red side counter picks, of course, as per the draft. And do you know what I'm excited for, Bandit? I personally am excited to see this new format that they're introducing into the esports, where it's the selection, the official name behind it I forgot, but there's 2 options. First selection, and it looks like you might be a little bit more caught up on that one yourself. Yeah. So what do you think about it?
In the major leagues, they'll be introducing the system of first selection, which will be replacing first pick. Which will be replacing side selection.
Yes.
Previously, side selection was automatically tied to either being first pick or counter pick, and now they will be decoupling that. So you can be counter picking on blue side, and you could be first picking on red side, and vice versa. I think it's a minute difference, but I think it's good to decouple them from each other, because why would we give a team double the benefits when we could make it a little closer for other teams involved? How small that may be, we have yet to find out. I think the priority of having first pick makes drafting very different. And with the meta, how it's been shaping up for the last few years, first pick is just extremely powerful. Not game warping per se, but people have been prioritizing that. However, might as well give the opposition some crumbs then and let them play on the side they want to play on. Maybe we'll see, with a little bit of extra control over from which side you get to play, maybe it'll breathe life into some compositions we haven't seen before, now that they can ensure, regardless of win or loss, they'll be playing on which or what side.
Yeah, and we've spoken about it just briefly on personally how I am very excited about just League of Legends in general. For not only 15 years I've been playing this game, but it doesn't feel like the same game each year, especially this year, because of how good they are at just changing things enough to a point where it feels like a brand new game that you're excited to get into. And not only are they doing that on the Rift for all of these years, they are now introducing it into the esports scene as well. And I'm very lucky to be able to find myself within this scene. I've only been casting for those last 4 months right now, and I'm having a blast of a time, let me tell you that much.
Couldn't tell.
Thank you. And honestly, great time. This is the best decision I've made last year, alongside creating Fuse Esports and just being in this scene. Do you know what I thought? if you spent so much time doing something and all of that information that sits in your mind and is there for forever, it's occupying the space for an eternity, for as long as you're around, why not make a good use of it, right? I could quit League completely, which I did do in May last year. After I hit Masters, I was like, I'm not peaking further than that, I'm out. But then I came back because the love for the sport, for the game is still there, and I'm so excited to be back.
That is how addiction works, kids.
As new as ever. Yes. Pretty much. I'm going to wobble the head on the Thanos on my computer right there just to agree with yourself, because it's a love and hate relationship. But right now, there's a lot of love for it.
Yeah, and I will say, there's like this, it's kind of funny to be hating on League. It's kind of funny to be like, oh, haha, fuck your community, yada, yada, yada. But I think some of my best friendships have come from connections that I've maybe not met on League, but then definitely strengthened through playing together and playing a game that we all are enjoying. Not only last few years, but since back when Dominion was still gracing us with its presence, back when
Thank you for reminding me of that memory. Wow.
Dominion, man. Gone too soon. God, I love Dominion. We have to switch topics really quick or I might cry.
Do you know what I think it was on the last note on Dominion, before we do cry? It was too early for its time. And with that said, let's move on to an update on today's game between MGI Icebar. MG Icebar is probably the best way to put it, and the LG Evo team. They are about to get ourselves into the draft, which is exciting. A best of one is so very much important here in the next 10 minutes or so, because the draft will spell out who still has a chance at fighting another day, which is tomorrow, or potentially not having a chance whatsoever. We'll see how the points result at the end of the third open qualifying weekend.
Moving on, or having to pick up whatever is left in the weekend of the 23rd of January. That is when we'll have another weekend of open qualifying. But, if you end up doing well on both, your chances might be looking a whole lot better. And of course, being able to play all these other teams in a competitive environment, the value of that cannot be really described, especially to these more amateur teams, right? That are eyeing up a spot in the Div 2, getting games in like this where you're playing for the real deal, where you're playing for real, right? It's a very different experience than playing solo queue or playing Clash. That is something you cannot really set up as a training grounds in a scrim. So making the most of this weekend is absolutely crucial if you do intend to move on to Div 2 and eventually Div 1.
Amazing. And I mean, because we've not had enough technical issues up until this point, why not just throw another one with a cherry on top of it? Oh, the draft has completed.
Bam! Dude, that was a lightning draft.
That was quick. Everybody knows what they're doing. There's no way I was waiting for it. I was like, they say ready for game? You mean ready for draft, right? You mean ready for draft, not game? No, they mean ready for game. The game is about to start in 2 or 3 minutes time. You got your wish, Bandit, and I granted it to you. I'm not Soraka or anything, but I got you, brother.
Hey.
Hey, we are now looking at a completed draft between these two teams.
Yeah, and first thoughts that come to mind is, it is LG Evo putting a whole lot of eggs into their marksman basket, because if the damage is not coming from Aphelios, they are struggling big time. Meanwhile, on the other side, if Xin Zhao manages to land on that backline and it has the Orianna ball attached to them, that might be game over. So very volatile. However, if you fail to really touch and disrupt that consistent damage dealing from the Aphelios, and he has a lot of backup, right? The Malphite can engage, but can also peel. The Sejuani can engage, but also peel. The Lulu can peel. Not a lot of engaging from the Lulu. So it will be made very tricky, and the only players capable of reaching that are the Xin Zhao and maybe the Ornn. So it is going to be a real cat and mouse game of who can reach the backline the most deadly manner.
Absolutely. And because we are seeing, of course, so many different teams and only best of ones, we are graced with repetitive draft in terms of at least a few champions here and there. We've seen how oppressive the Aphelios can be. He is, in my opinion, one of the strongest AD carries for as long as you get it down correctly, because he's also very difficult to pull off. But if you do, wow, you've got any team fight, especially later stages of the game, in your pockets. And Jinx is a very nice pick to match that late game presence, in my opinion. You also have that new item, which gives you the range advantage, right? And the more damage from range, the better as well. So I'm yet to see these new items really show up, and there's a lot to be really showing up for the entire season, as we're so early on into the new season.
Once again, I think MGI have a composition there where if they are given time to scale, they are a force to be reckoned with. They are looking, I mean, both Orianna, Ornn, and Jinx can dominate in a late game. Ornn not only because of his massive HP bar and the fact that he can peel and engage on command, but the fact the extra items he'll be providing. The upgraded Ornn items for Orianna, for Jinx, really enhance that already deadly late game. And the only question I have is, how will you get there safely? Because Emilio can peel, true, very, very true, but he's not going to do a lot against a Malphite. Rushing in and the follow-up of a Scatter the Weak. So you have to be really, really careful, because the moment that this MGI comp crumble, they do really need all members on the same page to stand a chance against a... It feels like this landslide of champions looking to make life miserable for our blue side representatives.
100%. Let's take this theory and put it into this stage. The game is commencing. Let us find out which one is going to be able to grab themselves a spot in tomorrow's Open Qualifier Day 2, as right now it's all for the grabs.
Yeah, and a quiet early game, some vision being dropped, but it's just going to stay with that. And I am very curious what caused this. I mean, I can see the vision, right, of getting the Aphelios up to very, very scary stat numbers and dominating the game. However, I think one of the things that LG was so proficient at was really leveraging how skilled their support was. On the Poppy in that game, such a big difference maker. And in this side, we're going to have to see a very different set of skills, not only from their support, but also from their top laner. So if they can get it done, that shows to me they are a lot more flexible than a lot of teams were maybe imagining. But if they cannot get it done, they just look scattered.
Right, pun intended. Scatter of the Week does connect onto that. Quick little punish in the mid lane, and I am just looking forward to see who is able to start us off in the end. We do, in fact, got ourselves none other but LG Evo on the red side, and we've got the LG Ice Bar on the blue side, and it's so exciting to see those two tanks in the top lane. I mean, they're boring, you know, nobody really likes a tank, but they're gonna be detrimental going into this game.
Oh, give me a big beefy top laner any day of the week. Man, I think these brawling top laners are definitely overrated. Definitely. I think unsung heroes, truly, top laners. And I hope that with this new season coming through and them not always being forced to go the same champions and the same builds over and over and over again, I really do hope that we are getting to see a lane where your personality can come through.
No, certainly. Now, that's a lot of damage from the soaring charge into the Malphite, but the tower's so close as a backup for him standing in the way of this Ornn to do anything. Fight for the Scuttle Crab. It's going to go over to the Sejuani, but now she's in trouble. Pyteant is followed up with the Milio. He's going to have to flash over, but he's looking to finish him off with none other but Wind becomes lightning first blood on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and that is a very, very early first blood, and it cost him very little. Just a little rotation was all that was needed. And the first thing that catches my eye is that we are seeing a different mid laner on the side of LG Evo. Wyong no longer with us, and instead burn and repent on the Syndra. And, well, I'm just hoping that they can have that same level of caliber of play, because Wyong was such a big reason LG Evo managed to get ahead and eventually win that game too.
So very important. Right now, they're looking for another scrap in that river, as Xin Zhao is looking for his first Scuttle Crab. Maybe this time around, the Sejuani is going to let him do that, but a little bit of a longer extended fight in the top side. That's all it's going to be.
And
no kills are going to come
well.
through. He is. There is a flash on the Malphite. He's only level 5. No unstoppable force to get out of this one. He's going to have to be very quick, but there's that audacious charge flashed in by the soaring absolute breath. Taking my breath away, if anything, and doing what it needs to be done. Xin Zhao picking up his second KP of the game.
And I think we can easily say that MGI are coming out of the gate swinging. And where previously LG had some sort of commiseration attempt on the other side of the map, this time around, the bot lane is struggling too, already down a full wave of minions, and the early resets are going in favor of MGI. I feel like for a scaling composition, you are absolutely overjoyed to see your early game go this smoothly.
Looking very good. Wow, 1,000 gold this early on will definitely push some sort of a snowball lead, and Xin Zhao wants to do exactly that. Now, the only time you want to kill a Malphite is before his level 6. After that, you're wasting your time. So he's already capitalized on that idea. And now he can focus on what looks like pings coming out from the Milio. We have ourselves the first dragon already on the Rift, ready to be taken out. Level 5s on the junglers are still the only thing we're looking at.
Yeah, the only lane that has been untouched and unaffected by the presence of a
Hold on a minute, this is very aggressive. There it is. That's an ult for an ult trade.
I mean, but it really goes to show that this momentum in the top lane is really quite fickle.
Yes.
As Sejuani might be in trouble.
In the same place. Now, what I really like is that both of these abilities, the Audacious Charge, as well as the Wind Becomes Lightning, was not casted straight away, so you're punishing the Sejuani as much as you can when she does dash away. But now, the Xin Zhao is walking into a Syndra, or the other way around. Syndra's walking into 3 members who are still hot on her heels. The rest of the team is just looking for some sort of disengaging. 3 Talon Strike is going to make quick work out of the Syndra in the end, and that's another kill. From a flash, Milio sending back the Lulu into the side of the lane. 2 flashes traded for 1. That is a great trade.
Yeah, the shockwave from Ayano, so important to secure both of those kills there. And this early game is going from bad to worse when you're an LG Evo player. And I think with how early the MGI lineup is finding their synergy, like in the first 5 minutes, they are coming out the gate swinging, hitting the mark, and they're eyeing down a home run.
Yep, no, absolutely. And with that, they just take a dragon. They can. There's nobody there to contest them. And that's a very good start. Still accelerating, still pushing through with an advantage that they've so early on into this game have absolutely secured, deservedly so. It looks like LG Icebar are on board. Now, very important, very high stakes. Evo, do they have what it takes to come back into this one? Yes, they do have the idea of this Aphelios down in the bot lane. However, without a flash, it may be a little bit more difficult to find a kill anywhere in this early game.
Yeah, and I mean, when you just look at the items right? And you look at the gold available to them right now, he just needs a lot more time. A lot more time to scale, to get to those item spikes that they need. And I'm just not sure if MGI is going to allow that, because they have been a lot more active in the early game than I thought they would be.
Certainly. 100%. Good old soaring charge into this Malphite. He's very healthy and happy to just continue doing what he does. The main thing that we need to capitalize on here is that there is a nice presence as a top laner for this Ornn to help out the Xin Zhao over the Void Grubs, who is right now starting them off. And with the Sejuani being all the way down here in the bot lane, it doesn't look like there's going to be any contesting there. I like the movement from the Sejuani, if I'm being honest, just because there's no flashes on both the Aphelios and the Lulu, and this is your win con. So you need to support them as much as you can. But can you get anything out of it, really? Right?
Yeah, it's not a big wave. It's being cleared up already. And you're just going to have to take the jungle as a commiseration prize, because it's not keeping up. And the gold it's stabilizing.
There's that Glacial Prison. It does miss, however. It's got her the weak onto two members. He's going to disengage here, but now they can maybe turn it around. Flash, free talent strike. That's her 4-4 to attack, making quick work out of the Syndra. She's down. TP, just in case it was going to escalate. It doesn't. Now we're going to watch an Ornn walking very slowly and menacingly back to the top lane.
Yeah, waddling his way back to where he belongs. Now, I think it really goes to show, even when EVO are trying to take control of the game, they're showing initiative, it's not paying off. It's actually MGI who are turning it around and throwing it back in their face. So not only is it impossible to trade back from that, all that investment is going the other way. They're not being paid out, and it is causing them to slip behind even more.
Yes. Now, TP is matched from this Malphite. Just continue the momentum. But I guess at the end of the day, what you have to consider is every single time you leave your lane, you're missing out on a detrimental time out of your champion quest finish time. And that's very important because, yes, as of right now, MGI is 4-0 up and they're looking at about a 2,000 gold lead. But the quest timers, if finished earlier on the side of EVO, they could just sway the tides in one or the other's favor. So it's very important that they do prioritize these for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, 2K is definitely surmountable, right? We've seen it happen before. They're definitely not out of it just yet. As the Warlord gets
okay, well, he's going right in, and the Malphite is holding on to both Flash and Ultimate for as long as it takes. It doesn't look like he needs to use it whatsoever. Good patience on that. I'd be flashing and ulting until I'm back in base at that point, but down in the bot lane, we got Zap connecting onto Light Ram. A lot of damage from the Super Mega Death Rocket connecting, not quite enough. Lulu was still holding on to the Wild Growth in the end.
Yeah, holding on to the Wild Growth, but now it means that they have to go back to base and miss out on another wave. And that is going to be very painful. That is a cannon wave. So not only are they in isolation now, losing out to the Jinx Milio composition here, but it also means that these item spikes of the Aphelios will be reached even later than they were intending to. Another plate going over the way of MGI, and something has to change in what is transpiring for LG EVO right now. Because Paychent is running away with this game. Everywhere he goes, a big bag of money follows right into the bank accounts of MGI.
Yep, absolutely. Now, this dragon may be the change that we're looking for 5 seconds away from spawning. No TPs on both of the top laners, so they're actually just fighting for the tower rust at this point. They're not going to be a part of the dragon fight. But all eyes
for the heck of it.
Okay, nice command shockwave onto the Syndra. She's going to go down again. This Talon, well, that's the ability name. This Zhao is just finding the pick onto the Syndra time and time again. At such a crucial moment, they will just get a dragon. No contesting there, especially as the bot lane is looking aggressive, and mid lane, Orianna's just going to shove in the wave.
Yeah, and here is something that is really, really disastrous, right? Not only did that get a kill over to the side of MGI, it is also costing the Flash regardless. So the repeat gank will be just as deadly. And just when I thought the hole couldn't get any bigger for LG, I see a hard steal in the inventory.
Oh, he's
of
looking for a
Sejuani.
steal, doesn't quite take it, and in the end now, Ekriz this on the Sejuani is gonna be absolutely nobody's land because he's now left alone. Can't say the same for this Aphelios, who's absolutely engaged on, gotten rid of, and now just awkwardly the Sejuani is gonna have to step out of that one as the dragon in the end was secured by MGI.
And you can really tell how well MGI is linking up, right? Because the follow-through from Syndra and Sejuani, it's just not in time. They cannot match the tempo that is being put down by MGI, and they are running away with it. Nothing being traded back except for just now a single plate, but that was like 40 to 60 seconds of the mid lane just being completely vacant.
It's so very important right now just to think about what next step you can take, because at a 14-minute game being behind, listen, it's not the end of the world. If you're behind at a 20-minute game with another 5 kills on top of that, maybe it is. So change the strategies. Think about what can be done. We do have a lane swap. It looks like Sejuani's around the corner as well, but so is the Xin Zhao. Do we have enough damage from a Malphite and a Sejuani to deal with a Milio and a Jinx? I don't think so. So again, we were just wasting a little bit too much time on the side of LG Evo, but it may be resulting in a tower dive. Okay, not into an horn, it won't be.
No, and I think it really stems down to the lack of information that LG currently has. It is so important to be able to know where Tachent is hiding out, where he is lurking, and where he can make life miserable, such as in the top.
Oh no. It's just sad to see the Malphite ultimate having to be used, I think twice now, almost 3 times in a row as a defensive tool. Yes, you're not giving away any kills, but you're not grabbing any yourself as well. Just don't die.
Oh,
That's the worst case scenario. It's okay.
The resources available to LG to claw their way back into this game are slimming down with every minute passing. Now, if they want to turn around their unfortunate twist in fate, I think it's going to be up to the Sejuani to link up with their teammates, and maybe you're going to have to make the decision. Am I going to try and bail out the Syndra, who's been going 0-3, or what is needed to get this Aphelios into a playable state of the game where he can prove to be that damage dealer, that engine in the game to drag it across the finish line?
Yes. Now, I want to just quickly mention a few things about, of course, Champion Quest. Champion Quest, across the board, they're amazing. I'm a big fan myself, but they don't have the same meaning behind them for each role, of course. That would be, you know, against its purpose. We have a top lane and an ADC role, which needs to scale. You get, another slot in your inventory as an AD carry, so you can always pick up an extra pickaxe, where if you had those shoes, you couldn't. So that's something to look forward to. But for the most part, it's very important that level 18 AD carries get their 6 items, right? Top lane, again, level 20, that's very far away. Mid laners, that's early power. That's where all eyes are on, and Syndra is not able to do anything as a mid-game control mage, so she's gonna get support that she needs from a great disengage from the Milio, and they're looking for the scatter of the week onto, once again, none other but another TP. Now there's no follow-up with this unstoppable force, and therefore he's just gonna be absolutely feeling useless. At least they're gonna be able to turn it around. Crescent Guard is jumping away from the flash. Now the Jinx is still firing away on the Malphite, who is the tankiest member, and the Moonlight Vigil is here to show up. It looks like Brom is now gonna be engaged on by the Xin Zhao, but so much damage, not enough to keep him out of this one. The tanks are still keeping the backliners alive for the time being. After all of that, that's only a 1 kill.
Yeah, just a 1 kill and not going in the right direction if you are cheering for LG in this match. Because, man, despite that very disruptive unstoppable force from Malphite coming through, it was not enough. They cannot help him out when he's that deep. Syndra being
Wow.
pushed away. And currently, Aphelios is just not equipped to deal with the Ornn. Merely tickling him, barely being an inconvenience, and that forces him even further away from that damage-dealing backline from MGI.
You could say that it forces him unstoppably away from what could have been the Malphite that he wants to be. No, that's okay. We'll leave it there. We'll definitely leave it there. Playing around with these names, I love to see it. Now, of course, he's not going to be able to get any of those kills, and therefore the momentum is still in the hands of LGI Spar, as Malphite is being bullied away from his own bot lane. He's got the unstoppable force, right? So he's definitely going to have to use it. So far, yet to see it really translated into a good use. Nice little sidestep from the disengage. Now, Jinx may be in trouble. She does have the flash and the cleanse. She's already used it to get out of the ice that this Sejuani has put her in. Flash away from by the like Braum on the Aphelios. He's now in trouble with nice shockwave, and he's going to be rammed down in the end. Aphelios goes down. Another pick for MGI.
Yeah, and they are translating these 1 or 2 picks, these small leads, into game-warping leads as the tower goes down and the fight is underway once again.
Yeah, they're just going to be absolutely wrecking havoc in this mid lane.
Second
These
charge.
towers are no more. Look at another tower dive, and maybe this time round, the Sejuani goes down. She's very tanky. There's not enough damage. Not quite as the tankiest
Mega
members.
Death Rocket.
The focus is on this tower, and it's going to be taken out.
She has no mana. She has no mana for the Super Mega Death Rocket, but those blink-in health bars,
Unlucky.
the damage amplification from the Super Mega Death Rocket can prove to be quite problematic as we have a little pause on our hands. And as we get updated, we'll let you know. But for the moment, man, MGI,
Wow.
they are making me question how they got in this position of being 1 and 2, because they are looking very confident. And I mean, look what they are giving away. 0 kills, just a single tower, barely any plates, and they are sitting on a 5.5k gold lead comfortably at not even 20 minutes.
I think what it comes down to is execution, really. When drafts are so important, especially in a best of 1, and you draft yourself a fairly easy executing draft in the end with all of these champions, realistically, you're going to have a much easier time making sure that you put the theory, you go from page to stage. And they are doing just that. Now, of course, is the side of LG Evo going to be able to just back themselves up, not just in terms of course, the execution, but also their way to put it into this game. Aphelios is yet to really pick up anything that anybody is yet to pick up that anything that they really need to snowball into this one. And the time is ticking, Bandit. The time is ticking.
Definitely, and I'm not sure if it even gets any easier in the late game, right? Because yeah, your Aphelios will be getting some items and he will finally be able to play the game. However, are you gonna have an easier time when Orianna is sitting on a death cap, when Jinx is sitting on 3 fully completed items, who is already, quite ahead of the curve, over half an item in favor of the Jinx alone, in comparison to the Aphelios, who is still to get...
Oh dear. Oh dear. Yep, that's Emilio. And that's a dead Syndra. Very quickly showing us what it means to have control not over only the game, but also the jungle. It doesn't belong to you at this point, and Burn and Repent is going to have to do exactly that in the fountain as he comes back in about 25 seconds. For the time being, without a Syndra, a detrimental person to control and wave clear, what can they do? Right?
Look how quick MGI is. Look how quick MGI is on the rotation, chunking down this tower. Meanwhile, while Evo are sitting at a numbers deficit, they are forced to answer, but they can't keep up with the pace that MGI is setting. And even in the solo lane, where Malphite is keeping up in experience, his health bar is drooping down. Quite sad.
Yeah, it's a bit sad. A 21-minute game. The only people we've seen today shameless plug, is Fuse coming back from a deficit this far into the game. And it was 6,000 gold, maybe, perhaps. But right now, does LG Evo have what it takes to do exactly that? Command Shockwave into Lagbram. He's got his barrier in 2 seconds. I don't think it's going to be enough time. Ayana finds a kill onto the Aphelios.
Yeah, and they're getting picked off in these side lanes for what? They're just not, and they even had a lot of vision surrounding that lane, and yet it is not keeping them safe. And then when they do find a pick like this, where's the damage to back it up? I don't think Sinzao is really bothered. If he can still ult.
The team is around the corner. Sejuani is now going to be probably taken down to the similar levels of HP if she continues going. Nice. Scatter of the weak just to disengage any trouble coming Sejuani's way. She's going to be absolutely fine walking out. Just a scrap.
But with the Glacial Prison invested, you might not have that when Soul is spawning. So it feels like LG are trying to set pressure, but they're investing into a moment that even if it did pay off, is not necessarily directly benefiting them on the scoreboard. Meanwhile, MGI is holding on to their cooldowns, to their resources, to make sure they can reach that Ocean Soul. Which, well, I'm not sure if you were keeping track, but there hasn't been a single kill yet for LG Evo, and it's not going to get any easier when they secure themselves the Ocean Soul.
Definitely not. Now, I do like to see the Sejuani picking up the very cheap. I think it's about 2,800 gold for the new item, which what it realistically does is if you're down into 30% HP, like this Aphelios from the Ram, it is, oh my god. Anyway, going back to her point, 30% HP gives you a nice health buff and a lot of max health. Now, the Sejuani is going to make a use of that item in this tower dive. Sorry, Dragon Dive, can she do anything? Aphelios is dead. Dragon is just being taken uncontestedly. They can't do anything. That's a Soul Drake.
No, and I feel like the cracks in the armor that we maybe saw in Game 2 are now being fully exploited as MGI are really banding together and punishing these stragglers that are wandering across the rift from LG.
This is looking dire. You've got your soul. You are looking at a game where your entire team has not yet had the pleasure to pick anybody up. Look at these shutdowns. The shutdowns, they're huge, but nobody can take them because there isn't enough damage coming through. Everybody's trying to finish their second, third item at this point, and that's just not enough when there's so much happening on the side of LG Ice, and they are looking strong right now.
Yeah, they are on fire in comparison to their name, right? Ooh, Shockwave.
Looking for a decent Shockwave in the back line, but there's not enough minions to follow through. Of course, we're only on the 2 up front, but that's a cannon wave, and it might just be enough to, honestly, if I'm thinking about finishing a game at any point, is with this team fight. Zap connects. Flash is not going to save you, Lulu. Already going down. That's 4 members remaining to stop a push, and the push is not slowing down. Moonlight Vigil is going to slow down the push. Yes. Oh my god, look at the damage. Do we have a Mega Infernal Death Rocket? No, we don't for the time being. They're just going to be sitting very confidently in the top lane as LG Evo tries anything to stop them here. Scatter of the weak does connect. Great amount of damage, but is there enough follow-up? The amount of damage that we thought we could see is only coming from none other but the Ice team. They are collectively pushing in and taking everybody out. Lulu is the one that's remaining after being killed in the last scrap, but it's not going to be enough. Right now, MGI has nothing in their way to secure themselves the chances to still be a part of tomorrow. And tomorrow is going to be a very important day as the Rocket misses. Their chances do not.
Yeah, and with a score of 16-0, they are looking to close it out. Can they make it even more? Can LG get on the board in the final second? Jinx is going low.
They're looking for something, right? Can they stop them? I think at this point, their focus lies on their Nexus. And the explosion is what will follow suit. Very clean game, 16-0. I don't think I've yet, with a very short casting time, seen a game where there has been no kills on the other side. And that is one to witness today. Unfortunately, for LG Evo, it didn't go their way, but absolutely congratulations for MGI for finding themselves a 2-2 run in this open qualifiers.
Yeah, man, what a absolute demoralizing game to play. They couldn't get anything off the ground. I'll be very real with you, and MGI didn't allow them to get anything off the ground. I think they have, of the few teams that we've been seeing, actually be able to keep their discipline in check and playing a clean game from start to finish.
Yes.
And that is a tough thing to do, especially in the lower leagues when you can get lulled into this sense of like having a good time and having a laugh with your mates, and then suddenly, oh, they're fully back in the game. MGI, not the case. They're keeping a cool head and finished it out cleanly, sub 26 minutes.
Wow. I don't know if this is a new season. If this was still season 15, do we think we would have seen a kill coming out from the opposition here? Or is it just the execution that MGI has flawlessly put their work into? And well played, definitely. We're going to see who maybe on the next round, because this is the very exciting part of the entire stream, the entire day one open qualifiers tournament. Who's right now 4-0, right? We're about to find out, and we need to decide, Bandit, realistically, who are we looking to represent?
Do you want me to spoil? Do you want me to spoil?
Yes, please.
There's only one team that is 4-0. And,
well,
their team could be described as a ticking time bomb. The fuse definitely has been lit, and they're playing lit. They've gone 4-0. They're undefeated.
There's no way. Wait, actually.
Actually, no joke.
Wow, okay.
4-0.
It's the only team. You're not messing with me.
No, dude. Check the tournament page.
Okay. Fuse is showing up in today's tournament. The only team to hit 4-0. You're getting me too excited right now. We're not even in the game.
No, a major,
my boys.
Major achievement.
Wow. Okay. So question is, what do you guys want to see? Would we like to see Fuse go at it in round 5 and potentially go 5-0 on the very first day of Benelux Ascent Series in 2026? Or are we looking for something that's a little bit more higher stake, something that isn't guaranteed, something that teams are still fighting for, right? Let's find out as we have choices.
Yeah, I think let's have a little think about it. And we can kind of make that decision.
We can do.
After a short little break.
Definitely. I like the idea of that. I like the sound of that. So we're going to have a good old look. So don't go nowhere, as we'll be back in 10 minutes or so and start us off into the next and final round. Welcome back. It's once again time to decide, and we thought with Bandit that we'd like to leave the decision with you guys as to who is going to be playing. Now, Fuse Esports is in fact 4-0, and therefore there's higher stake games that we could represent as the final game of the stream on round 5. And those are between 6 teams, all of which are 2-2 right now. So very important high stake games for so many different teams. And we'll do a prediction. So if you're here right now, have a look at the chat and please cast your vote. It's between Corvus, Zenit, ETO Fanboys, Strix, Yormogang, and MGI that we have, of course, casted already twice today in game number 1 and 4. 2 minutes for everybody to cast their votes, and you will be deciding for us as to who will be round 5. Let's see. Let's have a look, Bandit.
I'm very curious. Honestly, I'm just getting kind of impressed with MGI. I was already quite positive about them in round 1, where they put up, in my opinion, a decent fight as could be against Fuse, and quite dominant. Quite dominant, as can be against LG. I think it was a joy to watch, but sometimes it is also important to venture out into the unknown and get a taste of what maybe you haven't seen yet. I think that this little poll, this little prediction, can only have winners, because I think all of these teams are fighting for day 2.
Yes,
they're all fighting to advance, and only a handful can. And in those moments, it is up to the players to rise to the occasion, seize the day, and secure themselves a spot in day 2.
Definitely. Do you know what I did? I didn't even start a poll. I started a prediction. Like, am I silly? Manage poll? That's better. New poll. Who do we watch? I'll do it again. So sorry, guys. Corvus. Do we go with Zenit? Do we go with ETO Fanboys? Do we go with Strix? Your Mung Gang, which is a great name. MGI. 2 minutes. Starting poll right now.
And
time is of the essence.
That, I think it's also important to see who Fuse will be facing tomorrow. Right? Because we have some other teams that have secured themselves 3 wins. And in no particular order, that is Taka Ascend, Team versus Esport, Arrakis Esports, and Nameless. So you already have quite a few teams ready to go for day 2. And especially if you look at the competition, there's only a single team that is currently in that position where, that's not true. I guess Fuse beat both Arrakis and Taka. So there are still some there's still some competition left for day 2, right? They're not there yet, but can you think of a better start than the one they've had today?
I know and I don't, sometimes life can seem very unpredictable and like everything just falls into place. But when does it ever? When does it ever so perfectly? Like, it feels like I'm in just this little pocket right now where I'm absolutely enthusiastic about what's happening, but it's a little pocket that might burst if it gets a little bit too big. So I won't be putting too much energy into it. I just don't want to jinx anything because caster curse is a real thing, and I don't want to do that. So far, we're doing okay, and I'm very proud of my boys on the Fuse lineup, and they're doing everybody a great service on our communities. And so let's see. In regard to the prediction here, we got ourselves 2 votes for Zenit, and we've only got 5 seconds left. So cast your votes. Please do if you haven't already, as so far, Zenit is the team that we're going with to be casted. Oh, there it is, 3 votes in the end, so it's definitely a majority winner. It's a landslide. That is the team that will be casting. And obviously, that comes with another team that they'll be going up against. And I personally, not to be biased, would love to see another team that we haven't seen yet. And Zenit is a team that we haven't. Game for Zenit, Strix, is currently in draft. They finished their entire draft, which is perfect timing. And literally right now, I'll be asking for the code so we can jump into it. We can break down the draft as we speak. And the code is coming my way. And therefore, we'll be watching Zenit on the final round of today's stream. And
for those unfamiliar, when you were talking about Zenit, who the daughter team of just the main Zenit team that is playing in the Road Legends, 2 times back-to-back champion, only missing out in summer where they lost in the finals. So, I think as an academy team of such a renowned organization, you have a certain expectation, right? I feel like when that team is connected to kind of like a flagship organization like the one that is Zenit, you really, I think it's fair to say that you can have some higher expectation of an org like that. And on the verge of making it onto day 2, I don't think there is any better moment to prove themselves worthy of carrying the Zenit banner into day 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just, wow. Okay, well, I need to make sure we are looking at the draft right now, Bandit, and that's locked in. That's exactly what the game will behold in front of us. So I will,
who's on which side?
It's Strix on the left side and Zenit on the right side. Which is, well...
Zenit on the right. Hey, your dream came true. We're getting an Aatrox game.
Wait, okay, and that's exactly why you guys are a goat for getting that poll correctly for me. Zenit on the red side and Strix on the blue. Perfect. Good to see.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're in for a treat. There's just a mega team fight composition coming through on the side from Zenit with the Wukong and the Nautilus. They can really push you around. However, the 1v9 potential that a Vayne carries with her is very, very scary. I think it is dammed in a little bit. It's contained just that bit of a tad by the fact that you're playing against Taliyah and the Wukong, who really can control zones, who can really control areas on the map. So it doesn't really matter if you're tumbling left or right, you're going to be stuck in the Cyclone or you'll be stunned up by the Ragged Earth anyway. So there are some obstacles to overcome on this side, but Zenit is set up for success as much as they can. However, once again, we are in a situation where, is there enough padding for a team like this one? Because the Nautilus on support is going to be a little bit tanky, right? But it's support Nautilus. And will it be enough to survive the barrage of orbs being put down by Syndra herself?
Yes, a barrage indeed. There's going to be a lot of that. Once we speak, about the game in general. I'm just getting a few messages here, so I'm trying to multitask, as you can probably see.
Guys, he's too popular for you. That is.
Thank you. Stop it. You're gonna make me blush.
It's okay. It's okay.
Want to see you in there, and okay, so I'm gonna have to rejoin this game once again. Just a very quick one. We'll do multitasking. I'm so bad at it.
While you are rejoining, I am so curious because even though you're facing off against a Scion, I feel like the Aatrox has a lot to gain here. And if they are not very careful, and they don't manage to burst the Aatrox down, it might become a real slug of a fight when you're fighting into Zenith here. Because, and maybe I'll be real about my biases. I might be biased because I've been traumatized by China and their Aatroxes and what they do against European players.
They're too clean.
But I mean, you got to be real with it. If you don't manage to take down the Aatrox rather quickly, you might be in for a world of hurt because a Malphite and a Scion are really not going to do it. Only the Vayne really has a real shot of getting through that healing, or the Syndra managing to burst them down. On the other side, I feel like Xanthi is a little bit more well-equipped to deal with the threats being put up by our blue side representatives here, because with the Ragged Earth you can deal with the Vayne, you can have a little bit of an answer, you can lock people down or peel for your Kai'Sa, and the Kai'Sa is adequately equipped to deal with the front line that is being put up. So much true damage at their disposal. So I feel like draft, if you have to pick a favorite, I'm red side all the way.
Red side all the way. I mean, Aatrox, he's pretty much my only reasoning for red side as well. He's going into a Scion.
Did your analysis stop there? It's like, see Aatrox, you're like, we have a winner.
All I heard was Aatrox as well, by the way. Like that entire thing, thank you so much for filling in the blanks for me as I'm getting this right. But all I heard was Aatrox at the end of that sentence. And that's all I needed to hear. He's going into Scion, by the way. Scion, Aatrox lane. Amazing fun for the Aatrox, not the Scion. Scion does outscale him very well into the late game, but this is a new season. And there's no late game, right? I mean, have you ever seen a level 20 in this entire tournament? I haven't. So, I mean, Aatrox needs to do his thing because he's got a little glory moment between, I would say, that level 6 and 11, right? Really where he shines. And that's a very small margin to fill in a snowball lead. As a top laner, especially into a tank, if he doesn't want to let you kill him, he might not. But Scion is better than a Malphite because Malphites are horrible to lane against.
But I do kind of feel like you don't have to brutally win that lane to be useful as the Aatrox. As long as you get through that lane with items under your belt, and I will take a moment to actually look at the bans here. Look what they came through. Vel'Koz ban, Zyra ban, Ivern ban. I'm really curious what they've been cooking up in their previous games to the point that we need to get rid of Vel'Koz, Zyra, Ivern. My lord.
Wow. I mean, we haven't seen. This is a great point. By the way, you're looking at MGI and Evo on the top of the screen. Just so much happening. I will need a producer for one of these streams. I have to get a producer, or just get rid of the information that you guys get to see, which is fine. Word of mouth information is probably better than on screen when you're in my shoes.
Yeah. Shout out producers in the chat.
Yeah, any producers? Any producers, come down, please. So instead of MGO and Evo, of course,
you might have to put out another sign like you did for your color casters as well, right?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I put it outside of my door, like literally.
What kind of
sign in the middle of the road? Color casters.
Well, what kind of sign? Like for color casters, it's like, I don't know, spicy draft inside. But a producer, how do you like?
Cracking jokes between the colorcaster and the play-by-play to be entertained, guaranteed.
Maybe definitely working mics this way.
Yes.
Room full of people who all talk directly into their microphone this way.
Anybody who has a microphone, you're welcome. If you have a microphone, that is the only requirement, right? Is the only thing we need. Oh my. Okay. Well, it's going to be.
Shout out microphones.
By the way, that Malphite is not a Malphite. It's in fact a...
Nico.
Imagine. Rammus. We have a Rammus instead of the Malphite. on
Yeah,
the
sure,
side
why not?
of Strix.
Or-
Blue side Strix, Zenit red side.
That is all right. Yeah, fuck. Cook, Strix, cook.
Cook it
I
up.
mean, I love seeing the Rammus. I think that actually does change the dynamic of the draft a little bit, just because it gives you a little bit of extra backline access to lock down the Kai'Sa a little better, as long as she doesn't go invisible. But still, it's a tough composition to play in. I think that that's the point that I'm making.
Ooh, and I think we've got the right graphics for this game as well, because it was a bit sad to not see it in the last game. I think I just get like a every other game, everything goes well. And that's been the story of today's behind the scenes production issues. And that's a 50-50, right? Better than non-50-50. That's my KDA in game. So I'm translating it from League to streaming. So I'll take it. Honestly, 666 if I'm being specific, because I'm Aatrox and I like that KDA. But the game is commencing, so let's get ourselves right into it. The last game of today's Benelux Ascent Series Open Day Qualifier Day 1. Last round of 5.
Let's make it happen. And as we are loading up, do I need to remind you of what is on the line here? Winner makes it to day 2. Loser will have to go to church, I guess, or whatever people do on Sundays. What's it people do on Sundays? Laundry?
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, to be honest, I used to go to church.
Loser does laundry? Loser does laundry. I like that.
We'll do laundry. Laundry sounds fun. If you do laundry for the first time, it sounds fun. And then it continues to be done and it's a bit not fun. Unless, do you know what we need? We need patch notes for washing machines. We need patch notes, like in League of Legends. You keep playing the same game over and over again for 15 years. If we have patch notes on washing machines, right? Let me cook. And then all of a sudden...
I'm hanging at your lips.
It's so more interesting. Imagine playing the same game for 15 years. Imagine doing the same laundry for 15 years. Patch note the washing machines. LG, are you listening? You should launch a washing machine. Like, just launch a washing machine.
Jay, are you listening? Jay, listen up. Hire this guy.
With a screen on it.
He is cooking.
I would do laundry every day with LG just printed with a screen on it. I'm ready. If I can watch a League on it, I'm ready.
This man doesn't cook. This man washes. Let him wash. Let him wash. No, that is not the tangent I was expecting, but I respect it. I respect it. Let him wash. And man, we're
ready. We're so ready for this. And Bandit has kindly reminded everybody the stakes of this game. It might say 0-0 below both Strix and Zenit, but do not trust my overlay. It's a 2-2 both sides, and therefore, who's going to lose this one and who's going to win and take themselves to tomorrow's day 2 open qualifiers? That's the stakes.
That is the stakes. And I have cast a lot of players, and a lot of players have a lot of weird names, but one of the players that I did at the very start, and that always makes me giggle, is
That's a flash? And a great heal to reply to it. I've never seen a flash level 1 Nautilus up until today. Maybe he miscalculated the XP range on that one. And there it is. Do we get the dredge line? Beautiful sidestepping away from danger on the Strix bot lane in the end.
And I will say the value of the flash on the Nautilus is limited because he does have Hex Flash, so it's not a bigger cost as it would be otherwise. So yeah, you can be quite aggressive with it because you can always just Hex Flash from a bush and ruin someone's day. Just lock them down, dredge line them to their grave as the skirmishers are going left and right. And I want to take a look at these junglers. The clear speeds should be a little lower, and I'm expecting not too much quickness just yet from the Rammus. But how do we feel about it? What a threat will it be? Because I feel like with the Thornmill that you really want to build, you might be actually well equipped to deal with the healing that Aatrox is putting out.
It's important that he does. He gets a nice little power spike at level 4 once you get 2 points into your Q, the Darkened Blade. At that point, it's just base damage that you're out damaging the Scion with. And of course, the Scion looks for his own knockout, but so easily to just interrupt it. The lane is very good for Aatrox, but down in the bot lane, it looks like a great condemn onto the wall, but the Dredge line is going to keep him safe. He's still sitting in a ward, and there's the Rammus.
That's the flash.
Charging right into another Dredge line to keep the Nautilus out of harm's way, but not until that taunt comes through. And that's our first blood for the Hedgehog here. He gets himself another 100 gold on top of the 300.
Yeah, and yeah, it might be getting the Scuttle for the Wukong, but that is...
Okay.
You know, that
A
is all the
decent
time
and
wasted on the
flash
Wukong.
needs to be respected from the Wukong. 030205. What a name to cast out in the team fights. Hold on a minute. Walking right into the Scatter of the Week onto this Wukong. He's in trouble. He doesn't have the flash. He was looking for a kill onto the Syndra. Now Syndra gets her revenge.
Yeah, and that is a kill upon the Syndra. Talia completely cut off from a similar treatment. And Syndra getting ahead in lane is very problematic. Especially when, who was the Dredge on? Almost lollipops onto the Lulu. But Syndra with extra gold in lane just means she can get her splinters earlier, and she really regains some of that lane bullying dynamic that we know a Syndra for.
So far,
I
presence.
really like this. I really like the adaptation from the Scion here. By going phase rush, he will always be able to run out of the change if he lands enough auto attacks and abilities. And you can just spam the Q, auto attack, and you are running outside of those infernal chains. And I think that is a wonderful adaptation. Shout out Roombus.
Now, the levels are ticking. We are on the second clear in the jungle, and therefore very close to that second crab, the scuttle crab in the river, or the dragon. Either or will give you that level 6. And both the Wukong and the Rammus are so strong with those ultimates once you get that unlocked, especially the Wukong. So it's very important now, looking at the Rammus, continuing in to get a nice little revisit onto the bot lane. A lot of damage onto the Nautilus, but the Lulu's getting low. She's got the heal. Flash condemn insect, may it be. It's gonna give another kill barrier for the Rammus. That's a free kill. Rammus living his best life.
Man, that is a nightmare scenario, because if this Rammus, who is currently sitting 3-0 on a killing spree,
Yes.
if he gets out of hand, he can shut down so many avenues of success for Sanity Academy. And not to mention, they are facing off against K. Darren himself. Div 1 AD carry has been playing for, I think, most of the year in Div 1. So that is not a chump.
Aatrox is just gonna stand at the edge of what could have been menacingly.
Edge
I
lord.
love that word. And just sitting without a single, I don't want to say that word, a single bother. There we go. That's better.
Yeah.
That's more PG.
Have you taken a look at those CS numbers? 'Cause
Yes.
That is nightmarish.
Ooh.
30 CS, almost 30 CS behind,
Wow.
even after cleaning up that wave.
Yeah.
That phase rush is not doing the work. It maybe gets you out of the change, but it doesn't get you out of this CS deficit.
Yeah. Now, that's the best case scenario that an Aatrox can find himself into a Scion lane. Unless the Scion wants to farm, he's going to die. If the Scion doesn't, then the farm. Absolutely huge difference. 500 gold already at only 7 minutes into this game. But Aatrox not snowballing into the game could not be as useful as a Scion, who eventually does. That's a very good punish from the Unstoppable Onslaught, almost hitting the last. He's got the flash, he's going in, but a respected one from the Aatrox. World Ender could have ended his own world from that play.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be quite close, because I feel like the next wave is a cannon wave. So Scion will struggle just a little bit to push that wave out. Aatrox is getting a very favorable reset through, but I feel like Sanity is going to have to start answering these ganks by Rammus. He's not even level 6, and he's already making such a difference all across the map, getting Vayne ahead, getting K. Darren further and further behind. That is not the scenario you want to be in. And I don't think any amount of CS lead in this realm of possibilities will be equalizing that anytime soon.
Now, is it something that we might have witnessed a moment ago in round 4? So far, this is a 4-0 game, and I don't want to jinx it, so let's just stay clear off of that idea for the time
We are very,
being.
very far off from that. We are very, very far off.
Yes, absolutely. Now, the Void Grubs have been sort of secured with vision for the most part by none other
They
but
have been sort of
Shrixside. But maybe not enough with at least presence on the
Ooh,
champion.
they find a
Dredge line
pick.
is going to be flashed away from. Now they are already starting these Void Grubbies. For the time being, we still got the Rammus, the Scion, looking to go right in there. Lulu's on her way, but maybe too late. Who's going to be able to get those 2 stacks? Those are the most important, right? Looks like Wukong wants to be disengaged in that one. Great knock-up. None other but onto the Nautilus now. We got a fight down in the bot lane. Apparently, the Vayne is going to get that auto attack in the end, but she's going to go down to the tower. Still fighting around none other but this Void Grub Avenue. And the Wukong is now in trouble, taunting. We've got a hedgehog in his face, and the Void Grubs have in fact been secured, 2 of them, at the cost of the Wukong's life.
Yeah, and I feel like this little armored armadillo is becoming a bigger problem with every passing minute. Not only 6 kill in favor of Styx, but look at how they are treating K. Darren, who's being solo killed under the tower. Yeah, trading 1 for 1. And is currently just...
Weave as well.
pretty much
Great
even
scatter. The
in
weak
experience.
sidestep not
Whoa.
quiet. The depth charge is there, but so is the wild growth. Great positioning from both of the supports. Will pretty much cancel out one another from that engage, but it's very important the Syndra does not go down. And it would have been very
Worldender.
necessary in the top side. We do have the third Darkin blade missing. Now he's in trouble with the
baited.
Rammus around the corner. Taunt is there to finish him off, giving a kill, the first one over to Scion.
And, I mean, the entire map is going the way of Styx. And I think it is also time to maybe talk about the fact that there is a one-man army fan club in the chat right now, cheering on as if his life depends on it.
Landslide.
And I mean, that is what you like to see. That is what I'm here for, man. Because the smallest organizations have the most die-hard
Yes.
following now, don't they?
They do, and so is this
Oh!
die-hard soaring slam right into the Wukong. He's not gonna be able to do anything. He was looking for a gank, and he's dealt with one in his face.
Yeah, the advantages are keeping second, and well, even though ZenIT did manage to get the 1 kill back, so they are on the board, it is not looking clean. And with already 11 minutes passed on the dot, 3.5k behind, they really need to secure their win cons rather quickly, because K. Darren is falling behind further and further and further, and even though staying even in experiences, how is he going to keep up and deal with the Rammus, who has already completed Ninja Tabby and Thornmail?
I really like the idea of taking this Vayne away from Zenith in this draft, because you want to deny something that would be able to deal with the Scion, Rammus, the Wild Growth. And now, where is the max HP coming from? Because I know for sure it's not coming out from the Aatrox. He's got to be struggling, and he's looking for a trade, not quite able to find one in the end. Up in that top side, has to go back. The dredge line does connect, but it might just put Nautilus in a bit of a tricky situation, a little bit closer to danger, I must say, as that freak proc passive is doing a lot of damage on this Vayne already.
Yeah, and even in the bigger picture, I think it is such a good situation, such a rough game for Aatrox to play, because he's not only playing into the Rammus,
There's the
he's
Worldender.
also playing into the Scion, who has the exact same build.
Does get the pull. But the Unstoppable Onslaught is just hovering right now, and unless you can do something about it, the Scion will just walk out menacingly out of that situation. But the dragon is up. I don't think he spotted him walking into that bush. The dragon, all eyes on that next objective for the time being.
Yeah, and he does have to charge in. So if he does get caught in one of the knockups, then the follow-up can be rather deadly. And without a full item on the Aatrox just yet.
Yep, we do have Wukong around the corner, and so is the Rammus looking for that Soaring Slam just to close the gap. It looks like he will find the Nautilus. He was looking for a gank himself, and there it is. It is going to be taking him out of the equation. Just a kill for nothing up in the top side. We did hear Cyan ulting in. Doesn't look like it's going to end up in a kill either. Just the Nautilus going down in the end.
Just the Nautilus going down, but that is another one in the books for Styx, who are also setting their sights onto the Dragon. And with a Vayne to back that up, I feel like the map is theirs, and they can go wherever they please.
Wherever their please is, wow, it's an understatement, because it's 4,000 gold, almost 3,000, I guess, at a 14-minute game. And these tower plates are now surely to start stacking up ever so slightly as this game goes on. There's that tower rust, nice little sidestep away from the dredge line, but the Wukong's not going to slow down. He's going to walk through a minion, through a ward. Depth charge being engaged on this Vayne. There is a wild growth available, but there's a gag coming out from the Rammus just around the corner. He's going to stop him in his way. Wukong is already going to go down, and there's so much damage. Vayne was the one that was initiated on. They're going to turn it around on the Kai'Sa, because we know Nautilus is not going to go nowhere. Forcing a flash and taking out 2 members.
Yeah, and even though it is Vayne who is whipping out the crossbow, it is ZenIT who is bolting, running for their lives back to safety. Comes at the cost of 2. None for Styx. They are the victor, and they get to write history, and they are eyeing down a day 2.
Day 2 is what they are waiting for, and they see it in their sight already for as long as this game keeps going as it does. That's a nice W onto their 3rd Q. Now, of course, the Cyan has had some backup from none other but the Rammus, who's 6-0-4. By the way, this is a 2,000 gold lead. Rammus, which, by the way, I wasn't expecting to be seen in this entire draft, and
absolutely
it's doing its work.
Yeah, and I feel like even if ZenIT do manage to get even once again, which is a far, far way away, what is the plan here to deal with the Rammus? Because I feel like the Aatrox is made absolutely obsolete.
Yeah.
With just the sheer fact that there is a double Thornmail on the other side and so much armor stacking.
The number one issue we'll pause that thought. Oh my goodness me, that was a very quick engage onto none other, but once again, Nautilus taking the brunt of that entire damage from the Vayne. Talia is going to be condemned into the wall, but the Wukong has arrived.
She's still alive! She's still alive!
Kill. She's doing what she does best. Never mind, Rammus takes that one, but there's the Aatrox gonna be unleashed upon as an ace at 16 minutes has been scored.
Oh, it's absolute devastation, Dominic, as the Herald gets summoned and these rusty towers are being equalized. And there is not just a single charge that will be coming out of this Herald. They are eyeing down a tier 2 as well. Meanwhile, they are rubbing ZenIT blind. Their jungle no longer belongs to them. And as the rich get richer, ZenIT grows poorer.
I think what today has proven and absolutely shown us is that we are thinning out the competition in day 1 of the open qualifiers. That's exactly what's happening in the last game, and I'm sorry to cast a curse in this game as well. This time around, we do have a kill on board, and therefore there's anything that could happen. It's the Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa is very important to be able to do some sort of damage in these team fights, but I'm not seeing anything landing as of this point. He's going to have to dash over the wall. He does so nicely, but now the Rammus, he's not slowing down, and neither is the Scatter of the Week from the Syndra around the corner. They are opening up this map.
Yeah, opening up, and as it gets opened up, it gets absorbed by Styx. I feel like they are just engulfing the map in their presence and taking away every objective available to them. Nowhere is safe And before you know it, this Rammus ult is already back up and ready to go. 5 seconds
Nice little displacement.
left on it.
Now, is there enough damage coming out from this Talia? A few side steps. She's throwing those rocks, and the Talia is going to go down. Hold on a minute, not before. There's another rock in her face, but there's an orb coming the Talia's way.
Scatter!
Scattered, in fact, have both of these champions back into their fountains, finding themselves in a 1-for-1. That actually was quite exciting to see. May I say, a bit of a... Nope, never mind. No mid-diff there.
Yeah, and it feels like they're just losing across the entirety of the map. And in just a few minutes, they've gone from being 2-3k down to almost 10,000 gold down. Sticks are really managing to
This hurts.
translate, to leverage small advantages into game-crushing deficits.
Oh, it hurts my eyes at a point where we're 20 minutes in and the Aatrox is not even able to pick up a single kill. It's so very important, and it's going to be detrimental because it's not a great champion from behind. It definitely lacks in damage, and the quicker the game goes, the slower your Qs feel, and that Darkin Blade will be longing for some blood eventually as this game goes on. That's a secured dragon down in a bot lane. 3 already, only 1 more to go before we get ourselves a soul Drake. And these tower plates, they are stacking, and honestly, a decent amount of bounty picked up in the top lane.
Yeah, a decent amount, but it's a drop in the bucket. Still eyeing down such a gigantic gold deficit, and Rammus is out on the hunt. I thought they were herbivores, but this armadillo smells blood.
Yep, and it's gonna be metal that he receives. Metal on what is an armadillo even made out of? It is a bone. Metal on bone action there as the Nautilus goes down once again. Now, do we get a kill from these Aatrox? He's lacking when it comes to the level here, but the Talia's weave as well is around the corner. Nice. Great bit of movement there. Obviously, the flash is going to be forced. The World Ender is coming out. It might just give us the first kill after a minute or two onto the Aatrox. Going to get a shutdown onto the Scion as the Wukong flashing and cycloning straight away, but it's not enough until the Kai'Sa secures a kill of her own. Now a lot of damage coming from this Nautilus is...
Whoa, he actually gets it!
He gets it? Okay, fair enough. Shutdown after shutdown.
And, well, that is actually a pretty positive trade then, because all those shutdowns that are being picked up and the bounties on the towers, that is not a bad deal. And maybe they can get themselves in a position where it becomes slightly more playable. Ooh. Nautilus, what's your backup plan here?
He's buying time because there's a lot... Well, there's a TP coming out and there's a Talia around the corner, but so is a flash onto the face of the Talia itself. That's a free park passive, which is doing a lot of damage. We got the World Ender just around the corner, but so is the Scion. They may not be able to do enough damage as another TP coming through. This is a 4v4 in the end, which will follow through with absolutely no kills whatsoever. But in a game that you're behind, what, almost 8,000 gold, that is not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. But man, that really goes to show how big this lead is, right? Even after, you know, pretty positive plays, they're still behind almost 7,000. The 7,000 gold. It is crushing to be in such a deficit.
I can feel the pressure.
It also just goes to show how hard Sticks work to not only, you know, do the name justice and keep the River of the Dead topped up, but also that it's paying off.
Looking for the dredge line. Does connect on a decent target. Lulu is now in trouble. Cyclone not able to be used because he just CC'd for days. He's just take it out as Vayne is godlike. Scion, onslaught onto the mid lane. Talia is now, in fact, in trouble. 4 more seconds before her ultimate may save her. Not before we take everybody out across the board. Only the Aatrox in the top lane remaining to see his entire team sent back to base.
Yeah, and now with a full clean ace, they can start wreaking havoc across the map. Burn down these towers, leave Vision on their way out, and maybe even set up for an early Baron. I didn't think that actually started, but that is exactly what they're doing. And Zen IT Academy, can they react to this quick enough? Because this Baron is melting.
It's definitely going down very fast. Wukong is around the corner as he was the first one to go down in the last team fight. Sion is just being a menace. He's doing what he needs to do. Just a nice little backline, but there's not enough follow-up. The Aatrox is just going to go down. Depth charge onto the back. And nobody to make sure this Vayne goes out. Syndra, Vayne. We still got a 7-0 Rammus. So many people. Nice kill onto the Vayne. The Baron has been stopped, but at what cost? Because they can just resume it.
Yeah, I mean, they can resume it, but without the Vayne and such a, what was it? I think it was like 1,000 gold shutdown. That is halting this advance of stakes just a little bit for the moment. But you can see how in that fight, Zen IT was just kind of just trickling in one by one, and it takes a quite unique flank, I'm going to call it, from the Wukong to shut down this Vayne who was over her ears in enemy units. But look at that build right now. Look at that build. That is 3 completed items and then some, always sitting on 4. And we haven't even passed 24 minutes yet.
Okay, and she's looking for a Zeal item as well. Now, obviously, as a Vayne, you're going to be the most of your team's damage. You have a Lulu, Rammus, and a Sion. You need as many items with this Syndra, and it's very, very good. Hold on, Rammus is stuck in between a rock and a hard place, or maybe he's the rock himself as he's looking for the back line. He's looking for it. A lot of back foot work from the Nautilus and the rest of the team. Now the Aatrox has arrived, but he's just going to be dealt with at a 5v1 double kill. It might seem like Zenith is looking for a much higher damaging output draft, but not if you can't secure this Vayne. This Syndra, they are absolutely in your face, just like this Sion is.
Yeah, and man, it is just relentless. This barrage of blows hitting the gut of Zen IT Academy, and they cannot withstand a lot more punches. Even the Cyclone from the Wukong. Gonna have to
swallow this pill and be on his way. Oh, never mind. Actually, you know what? Never give up, lads. Oh, never mind. Maybe do. He's out. And the Baron is now also taken out. It's been done without a single smite in the area. That might... Oh, the Void Seeker does connect with the Killer Instinct. Not bad. This Kai'Sa needs to find these kills. She's ever so slowly coming back into the game. Now she does have the item that allows her to do much more damage from a distance, and therefore maybe looking for some sort of kiting into 3 members. I think you're gonna go down to 0-3-0-2-0-5.
Yeah, that engage was quite K-daring indeed, and it will cost him his life. Will get a bit of a kill back, but that... I guess that's the only thing you can look for.
Oh, that would have been detrimental. Oh, no. That would have been so important. But the exhaust is still doing enough, right? The third Q onto the world end, that's great. Okay, we got the shutdown. We had the Vayne in our clutches, and we've taken it out, even though the clutches missed initially. Fine. Still getting punished for the red in the end, but that's okay. Baron less on 1 member. They're looking to get Talia to join in. Oh, that's a lot. We put a lot into that one.
That is absolutely criminal. The fact he gets out there, and that is just the margin of error that Styx has for themselves right now. They can do whatever they want. They have the Haxel, they have the Baron, and nothing stands in their way for a day 2.
Oh, that's terrifying. That's not even a full combo coming out from the Syndra. She was 1 second away from her ultimate or so. That would have been very, very scary. Okay, who's going to be able to deal with a side laning Sion? Who's going to be able to do enough max HP damage in the end? With the Kraken Slayer, maybe perhaps it's in the hands of this Kai'Sa. Not quite hitting the Void Seeker, as a lot of pings are coming out in the mid lane. They are rotating. They're trying to match this 1v3 in the top side with a 4v2 in the mid lane. And it might just translate into the inhibitors going down.
Yeah, it's costing them so much time trying to address the single Sion that they're completely being crushed in their own base, losing
Yep,
the inhibitor, and
there's
now
the
their team members, and with
soaring
Gravis going in.
slam. He's found a target in the backline. Now the Woden does not quite able to do anything. He's polymorphed, but he's getting a lot of healing in the end, and he does get a decent reset. Does he have what it takes to kill the Vayne in the backline? He's hitting the third Q. Talia is the one that needs to be hitting. Also, not quite able to get the auto attack in the end. A triple kill. Make that a quadra kill before the Huntress in the dark goes down, and an ace is coming through for Strix. Strix is your team that will find themselves in tomorrow's Day 2 Open qualifiers.
It's exactly what they've been looking for. And even a respawning Wukong, though valiant his attempt may be, those are very, very, very tanky members.
I mean, surely a Scion, right? This is the most terrifying thing. When you see a Scion who's 2 HP and an open Nexus, every hope you've ever had leaves. Never mind. We'll get to see more. It doesn't look like Strix are done with this game just yet.
Not just yet. The reappearance of Kaises and K. Darren, who is piloting it, is enough to scare them off just for a moment. No deep wards left behind for any cheeky teleport plays, but man, they're just hanging on by a thread. And even that might be a little gracious, calling it a thread.
The thread is exponentially, it's becoming a sweater. And Strix is very, very much warm right now. They're cozy. They're enjoying their time in by the fire.
Can we take a second to look at this Kaiser build?
Yes.
Because I think we're slowly like adapting into like a more AP leaning build, but we don't have Nashers yet. And I guess that is the way to do it, because you can really kind of pick people off from the side. But what 2 Needly's Large Rods is obviously the death cap. But what is that amplifying? Are we going this AP heavy build because they are so
they're just going to find a target, right? Unstoppable onslaught onto the backline. It looks like the Qs are going to be casted the other direction, but it doesn't matter at this point because that's one target already down and a very low Nautilus, who seems to be the focus of every single initial engage in this entire game now. Talia is CC to Oblivion, and the Aatrox is also. And the Polymorph hasn't even been used until it absolutely must be. This time round, the Nexus does go down, and none other but Strix find themselves a 3-2 run in today's Open qualifiers.
Man, clutching when it matters most, and look how they are finishing that game. 44 kills to 12. Now that is a dominant performance if I've ever seen one. And even though those performances have not been rare today, what a sight to behold regardless.
It was an absolute... I would love to see a fiesta, but I can't use that word here. It's going to be a stump. The word that every team on the opposing side is trying to avoid, unless they're doing it themselves. Strix has performed, they've showed up, and they are now going into tomorrow's games. And Zenit, absolutely unfortunate, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, we tried. We had some situations where, as the Kaiser was getting those shutdowns here and there, it just wasn't enough. We didn't have what it takes to deal with this front line that Strix has drafted. That's your entire day, entire tournament, the Open qualifiers for day 1 in Benelux Ascent Series. For the time being, there's so much more to come, and it's only a drop in the bucket, as you have mentioned, of course, in that last game for us. Overall, what Division 2 will look like. So, very exciting stuff. Any standouts, Bandit, that you maybe potentially really enjoyed watching today? Anybody with an outstanding performance?
I am currently looking at an outstanding performance from your very own team.
Okay, we got an update.
Because I do believe Fuse has secured themselves a 5-0 day 1.
That's a sweep.
Not a single loss. And I think we could just say they will be the undisputed raid boss of day 2. As, well, they will... there will be a lot of teams gunning for them,
Okay.
including Nameless, who also have lost out
Yes.
to fuse themselves. Arrakis Esports, Team versus Esports, ETO Fanboys, Strix, who we
Nice.
just saw,
Well played.
Taka already secured themselves day 2, despite not having finished their 5th round just yet.
Okay, they're still in it. Good luck to everybody
And
involved.
Potentially, Corvus,
The
if
game
they
that they're
win
playing into.
from Taka, they can secure themselves a day 2. But because we have a little bit of a dropout, one
Yes.
of the teams that has won 2 games might be squeaking into the top anyway.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
but, you know, because we need 8
16 to
teams for
15.
day 2.
Yes.
One of the teams that went 2 and 3 will be securing themselves a spot. Currently, that could be Zen IT, that could be Jormungand, that could be LG Evo, it could be Aspect.
Oh. Do we need
could be.
another game between? I guess in the rule books it does
and Icebar
state
is still
it's
playing as well.
amazing.
Icebar is in it as well. So yeah, definitely not over just yet.
There's a lot to come. We could be seeing another set of games between those teams just to equal out the playfield and ensure that we do find a final team to advance onto day 2 tomorrow. Or it could be down to admin decision, moderator decision, etc., as per the rulebook and what it states.
I think we will have another team getting to 3 points because we currently have, I think, 4 teams that are still playing. So 2 matches. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we still have 2 matches being played. And within those matches being played, we have 2 teams that are currently sitting on 2 points. So it is possible. It is possible. However, we shall see. And day 2.
There's still more chances.
Very excited. But where can I watch day 2, Dom?
Well, funny you ask. It will be a back-to-back stream on this domain, and I'm
The fun
very
never ends.
excited to just keep going, really. This entire year is fully packed. Every Wednesday, every Friday, there are the closed qualifiers. Every 2 weeks apart on a weekend. This weekend, day 1 open qualifiers. Day 2 starts tomorrow. And then 2 weeks later, we got day 1 and day 2 for the second round of open qualifiers. And then again, just if we continue with the same format. So a lot of stuff yet to come for everybody involved. Thank you so much for joining this channel. If you, of course, have been around for just this scene, then welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. I've been, of course, absolutely over the moon for the last month or so when Benelux Ascent Series approached me, and obviously I'm so thankful for them to ask for me to cover them as the official English channel. And thank you so much, Bandit, for coming through for me as well, and representing the Benelux Ascent Series as well with myself on the Colorcast. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. It's so fun, and
honestly, to thank you for a little bit, I think the Benelux Ascent Series is very lucky to have someone committed the way you are and invested the way you are. Not many Div 2s have the pleasure of someone that is.
Oh, you got me sweating and blushing.
No, that can bring this level of passion, and not only behind the scenes but on stage as well.
I love to find anything in the deeper level here, and that's where we're going down this avenue. But I might as well just say it with my chest. When I find anything that has more meaning in life, passion is the big word. I know it's cliche, but when I find it, I put my
for a reason.
100% into it. Exactly, and that's what I get to do, and that's what you get to see. And I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. As of course, there are 2 streams at all times: the English official stream on this domain, and then we do have the one that's clipped into the chat for the entire stream as well, where you can find the French scene, Dutch, for the Benelux region, of course. And all of that is very exciting. It's so nice to open up the scene a little bit more, because there's so much space for this, right? There's so much in this entire scene of esports that's yet to be uncovered. There's so much of it.
I am just so happy to be able to be in a position where we can share the thing that we get so excited about. And for me, really these Div 2s, these open qualifiers, it really goes to show that you and a band of friends can sit down
Yes.
and really get together, find your synergies, form up, enter an open qualifier, and just show what you are made of. And you can kick it quite
Exactly.
far.
You can. And so it just goes to show never to really slow down or give up is the word that I was trying to avoid. But don't, right? Don't slow down. Don't give up without a better, more interesting word to use in that sentence. Because if you do, you won't find what you're really supposed to be having fun doing. And fun at the end of the day is so important, because if you don't find it, then it just feels mundane. And I've been in those shoes, and I'm so thankful right now to be able to be around people like yourself, Bandit, people like around the entire scene of Benelux Ascent series, the producers, everybody that's been able to help me out and Bandit for this stream in the Discord server, sending those links, everybody involved, all of the teams, all 15 of you, thank you for showing up, all of the coaches, the managers, the communities behind all of these teams. There's so many people involved here today, and this is day one,
Definitely.
right? So, it's exciting. But we're not done yet. Tomorrow, I won't be here at the start of the stream. I do get myself a driving lesson that I do need to get down, nail it, because my driving lesson is
For
coming
which
up.
that advice doesn't apply. Do slow down for your driving lesson.
Slow down.
Definitely.
On this snow, have you seen? Oh my god, I've never driven, let alone on snow before, so that's going to be interesting.
You're in for a treat.
I am. I think so. I'm Polish. I can do it. I'll be able to put myself on this stream yet again for you guys if you'd like to join us tomorrow around 2 p.m. CET, I will say. Around that time is when we'll go live for day 2 open qualifiers, and I'll be joined by Recollect on the caller casting, and he will be able to help me out in the single elimination bracket for the best of 3 games out of all of the 8 teams that are playing tomorrow.
What a treat.
Absolutely.
Man, I can't wait. You guys, you should definitely be coming back for day 2, because that is where the real victories can happen, right? That is where you can earn yourself or get yourself closer to that close qualifying spot.
Sweating.
That is what I mean. Day 2 is going to be just as exciting, because it's only the best of the best who are allowed through.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. And then there's the open, close. Okay, don't let me get onto that. So, with all of that said, step by step, exactly. Thank you for watching. Do we have enough energy for a perhaps well-deserved interview? And I don't want to sound biased or like I'm trying to plug, from Fuse and the roster that went 5-0 today in this entire day 1 open qualifiers for BAS. I think they deserve the spotlight. So, shall we jump into that one?
Let's do it. Let's
do it. So, if we have the good old goats on Fuse watching right now, if you could please, guys, join in onto our server on Fuse Esports Discord server, and I will be dragging you into the right channel.
I mean, if you're approachable, I mean, they might be drowning themselves in champagne currently, right? 5-0.
To be honest, I think they're actually watching the VODs.
I mean, that's got to be done. They're not done yet, you know.
Yeah.
There's no time for. They're still working. They're on the clock.
They are literally. They're not slowing down. They're putting all of the work. Even after going 5-0, they are still rewatching the VODs. They're still currently coaching and going through mistakes that they've made. I'm downstairs right now. Zeph on the support. He's not even in his room. So, but there's more chances, right? Am I being stood out on my own? Do you know what? I'll take it. It's absolutely fine.
Okay.
I love you guys.
We have another
anyway.
day 2.
We
have
do,
day 2.
exactly. We've got more.
They'll be undefeated there as well, and then you have so much more to talk about.
I can't wait. Again, there's a bit of a meme that I want everybody to jump on at the end of this stream. I accidentally put the entire screen onto a certain camera, and that may have been banned by accident. So if we can just like explode the Twitter with that.
Cyberbullying is not a joke, domain.
I was laughing my absolute head off when I was like, no, I couldn't see none of the scenes. That was hilarious. With that said, let's leave the guys, the goats, the 5-0s to do their own thing. I'll be joining them anyway. So thank you so much for watching. Bandit, thank you so much for joining me. LG
Thank
Evo,
you so much for having me.
thank you. Thank you, LG Evo, for collaborating with me on this channel today, representing the stream on your end. Absolute massive W for you guys. Much love. Everybody else involved that I haven't mentioned, Luca, and so many people that I'll keep mentioning day after day. You guys, stay safe and take care of yourselves. Thank you, Bandit. This domain is now offline. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and peace.
Cheerio. Bye-bye, guys.
Wow.